Yeah, I've told that story
Dun,
before.
dun, 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 dun. Hi, everybody. I hope
Hi.
everybody's doing good tonight. I have Miss Jenny with me. Hi, Jenny.
Hi, how you doing, B?
I am good. I had a really busy day at work, and last week was crazy. And uh, the doctor that fell, she ended up literally breaking her back. She fractured something.
Jeez.
So yeah, tomorrow we get to move all her patients out 2 weeks or more. So that's going to piss a lot of people off. Um, and she's like, "Well, don't cancel anything. I'll see if I can come in." I'm like, "Really? How? You literally broke your lumbar, one of your lumbars, and you want to come to work?"
Well, it depends on the nature of the break.
Right. Well, she couldn't move. She couldn't. She fell, and that was it. And she couldn't move, get up, or anything. And they took her to the ER, and they x-rayed her back and found the fracture, and she was talking to some neuro. They're going to do some kind of plasty on her back, I guess. So I doubt she's going to be back to work in 2 days.
Bacoplasty?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't remember which plasty it is. It's some kind of neuroplasty, maybe. And it's the neurologist. So,
I need me some.
so
I
yeah.
need me some plasty.
I need me some Rachel. Anyway, hi Rachel. How you doing? Good to see you. Always good to see you. It'd be great to talk to you, actually. You should call me. Anyways, yeah, so Jenny was telling me before we started that she went to her cardio. What did you call it? Cardiotherapy?
Cardio rehab.
Cardio rehab. Okay. And usually you run about 2 miles. And how many miles did you run today?
3. I didn't run.
Well, you
I
did
don't
3 miles. Yeah, speak of the
run
devil,
for
Rachel.
speed.
Exactly. You did 3 miles. I can't even do that. I get to like one and I'm like, I need a cigarette. No, I don't know about that, but I don't have the it's weird because I used to have such high stamina, and then when they took my kidney out, of course they took out one of my adrenal glands because it's attached and it was destroyed.
Mhm.
So they took that out, and so now I'm still fidgety, but I don't have the energy I used to. So I need to talk to a doctor about that. We're going to do something about that and my thyroid. I know I have every symptom of except for one of hypothyroidism. So, and there's like 10 or 12 of them.
Hypo?
So, huh?
Hypo? Thyroid?
Hypo. Yeah. So thyroid's not putting out enough. Right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I'm going to talk to her about that. And I told one of the docs today because she's all booked up and she won't take any more patients. And I said, "Yep, she can't take any more patients, but she's going to be taking me." And she started laughing. I said, "But it's okay. I'm an easy patient." And she said, "Uh-huh." So she's great. She's great.
If you're
She's the
gonna
one that had her best friend committed suicide last week. So
if you go to a doctor, you know it's pretty fucking creepy for you not to. I don't know what word I'm looking for. Do what they say, not as you want to do.
oh right, the people that go to the doctor and then they don't do it and then they can't figure out what's wrong with them later.
Yeah.
Oh my God, why am I so sick? Why am I going in for heart surgery?
Yeah.
Did you do what the doctor told you? Well, no, but
Well, yeah, exactly, exactly. You know, if you don't, well, okay, that's why you're not getting better.
mm, yeah, it'll do it every time too. Every single time. Yeah, we've
When
got
I
some
when I
pretty
when I started my little journey, heart disease,
right.
my blood pressure was like 140 over 100, resting,
Ooh.
resting.
Ooh.
My pulse was like 85, 90, resting. My cholesterol was way over 200, like 250, something like that.
Right.
And, you know, I was a corpse waiting to happen. Well, today my resting blood pressure is 90 over 55.
Oh my God, that's better than mine.
My cholesterol is down to about 80, 90, something like that.
What's the range for that? I can't remember.
Over 200 is bad. That's all I know. And then there's good cholesterol,
Oh yeah.
bad cholesterol, and there's a specification for those too, but I don't remember them. But
I
my good
want to say
cholesterol-
the cholesterol's like 75 to 90 or something, I think. So you're in a good range then.
yeah, I'm definitely in a good range.
Okay. Yeah.
And my resting pulse rate is around 60, which is
Wow.
which is damn near like a runner. You know,
Right?
and I'm still this big fat thing, you know, that waddles around. You know, so you don't have to make a huge amount of change to make a big change in your numbers, which are going to save your fucking life. So, you know, do
Right.
what it says.
Are you on blood pressure meds like thinners or anything?
I'm on 15 drugs a day.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Because I'm on nothing and mine's worse than yours. So I had to be because of medication. I'm an
But
asshole. I'm sorry.
Theoretically, you know, if I improve enough, I might be able to stop taking some of it. So we'll see.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, you know, I don't really like to take a bunch of medicine unless I have to. You know, I take my meds because my one pill that I take half of an allergy pill that's OTC every night. But besides that, I take generic Lexapro, and I call it my I don't want to kill anybody today medicine because it helps with my anxiety and my PTSD.
Well, why wouldn't you want to kill somebody? Duh.
Why wouldn't I?
Yeah.
Just because it's illegal, jail, you know, I'll feel bad later, all that stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I know in my dumbass I'd get caught. So yeah, anyways, so we've been dealing with all that at work, and every Monday is just, oh my God, crazy. Like I just go as fast as I possibly can all day on Mondays and Fridays. So Jenna, why don't you come in here, woman? You haven't come on my stream forever. Look at me, I'm crying.
Yeah, come on in.
Okay, that's enough of that.
Put up with me all this time.
No, Rachel, I'm gonna avoid jail just because you're coming out west. That's exactly why. That's exactly why I'm avoiding jail. Hi, Cadence. So Randy said that some of his meds were just increased. Randy, you talking about heart meds, blood pressure kind of stuff, or which meds? You're still at work, Jenna? Oh, man. Tell them that you need to be on a better schedule because you miss B. That's what you need to tell them. Mice. Stool's hat killed some people, but he doesn't like to talk about it. Mice, don't you start with Stool's hat again. We're not going there. You've been on a Stool's hat kick for 4 days. 4 days. All right, we'll see you in a minute, Rachel. Oh my goodness.
What was Stool talking about Pepe Le Pew for today? I didn't get why
Stool was talking about Pepe Le Pew today?
Yeah.
I don't know.
That horrible Warner Brothers character that rapes.
Yeah. Hell yeah, I'm priority. That's right. Fuck yeah, I am. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Now that we got that straight, tell them to get that schedule all straightened out for me. It's very important. I want to have conversations with you. It's way more important than being a nurse. Oh. So it's funny thing is I wear scrubs to work now because I can, and who wouldn't want to wear pajamas to work when you can, right? Oh. So I wear scrubs every day, and people are like, "Oh, are you a nurse?" And I'm like, "No, I am nobody. I am an office assistant with an EMT background. That is it." I mean, some things I remember, some things I know. It's kind of helpful because they'll say something to me, and I'll be like, "Oh, I know what that is." Or someone will say, oh, it's my I need my heart medicine refilled. And heart medicine, which one is it? Oh, I don't know the name. Is it metoprolol? That's it. Yep. If it ends in LOL, it is which is not LOL, not funny at all. But if it ends in LOL, it is a heart drug. Fact. So it was actually cool. You could go online and take like an online medical terminology course. So they have a course on there, but if you don't want to pay for it, you can go through the course. So I went through and like took pictures, screenshots of the different, how to break down the words, which is the basis of medical terminology. And so I looked at them and I was like, oh yeah, CHOLE, that's your gallbladder, and RENA anything, renal, right? So, maybe it's liver. Anyways, but I remembered a lot of it, and I was pretty excited. And this cat is just all over me. I was pretty excited that I remembered that stuff because I quit being an EMT in 2013. So the fact that I remember a lot of the breakdown of those words I don't know, I was pretty amazed. I'm not brag. I was amazed at myself. So, but on the flip side, Jenny, I don't know anything about being a mechanic. So you got that?
I took Latin to learn how to break down words.
Did you? That's awesome. It's funny because, I don't speak Spanish and I don't read Spanish, but I can look at something that's in Spanish and go, oh, that and that and that. I know those words because they're so similar to ours because ours are derived from them. And I can figure out in general what some of it says just because of that. You just have to break the word down and look at it. So another thing they don't teach kids in school. Well, they don't teach them a lot of things. What's that?
They should teach them all Latin. I think it should be the required language everybody takes.
Yeah, I mean, something like, yeah, absolutely. Well, even if you learn Spanish or Italian, you're gonna have so much of the basis of the words that you'll be able to look at, any other like Spanish or English or something, anything that's derived, and you'll be able to figure out, what's going on or whatever. You won't be so lost. But yeah, Latin is definitely, some people say it's a dead language, but it depends on what you're doing. You want to get in the medical field, it's not a dead language. So, sure enough. What Dave Stool's hat has sat on the head of the alien in Area 51? I'd almost believe that.
I thought Stool was the alien in Area 51.
That's why he acts so weird.
Yeah.
I didn't know. Now we all know. Stool is the alien. Oh my God, mice. In the never-seen pilot of Star Trek, the Enterprise is captained by Stool's hat. Jenny, I don't even know how mice pulls this shit out of his ass every day. I just don't even. Tons of mice.
Tons of mice. I'm sorry.
You don't know who Tons of Mice is?
No.
Oh, Tons of Mice, it goes in everybody's side chats and says funny shit and makes funny comments on what you're talking about. And it's always funny. Like sometimes it's, and sometimes it's really funny, but it's never not funny. So I've never spoke to mice except for in chats, and I've seen mice in everybody's side chat. Everybody in our community that does live streams, mice appears into the side chat pretty much.
No, I don't know.
Yeah. Tons of mice. Crazy little fucker. For a while, it was tons of vaxxed mice. And then I said, how many mice did you guys get vaccinated? And that's great. That'll slow down some disease spread. Yeah, anyways. I
volunteered for working at our local LGBTQ A plus center.
Really?
Yeah.
That's great. Where you are, they have one?
Oh yeah.
Really? In that small town? I am shocked.
But not in the small town, but in La Crosse, which is the
Oh,
near
well.
actual city.
Yeah, LaCrosse. How far are you from LaCrosse? I can't remember.
Well, as the bird flies, probably about 20 miles. As the roads go, about almost 30.
Okay. As the crow flies, you can get there in 10 minutes. But since we got curves and hills, it's going to take you 35.
Yeah, there's lots of curves and hills. It slows you down. Well, it doesn't slow me down.
Yeah, well, yeah. Got to be careful. Can't drive stupid. Can't help people if you're hurt.
I've got
first.
like two routes that I have found to get home and back to La Crosse.
Yeah.
They're pretty decent. There's a couple that are just damn near exciting.
If I'm going to commute somewhere and I'm not like going to work and I have time, I'll try to find back roads and avoid all the bullshit and highways and everything. I just prefer back roads. It's more scenic. It's pretty. You get to see some cows or something. Oh, Randy, he had to add to it. Stool's hat ate Peg Bundy's big red wig. You guys are putting a lot of pressure on Stool's hat, I'm telling you. I don't think you could make it do half of that. But anyways, what was I going to say? No, that's great. When do you start doing that?
I don't know. The center has been closed because of COVID, and we're all kind of waiting for it to open back up.
Yeah.
I mean, I would think it's going to be fairly soon with the new mask regulations and all that kind of stuff that are coming through.
Right.
So I don't know. I don't know what I'll be doing either. I prefer to work in the area of transgender stuff.
Well, yeah, of course.
But there's already one guy who runs the quote the transgender group, unquote, whatever the hell that is, which is just all the people who present as transgender who come, and the only thing they do is this kind of like the first and third Thursdays of the month, people kind of just hang out in a room and shoot the shit. There's no structure to it, or
but that's good though. It just gives them a place where they can be themselves. Excuse me, themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But I think the center can do more. There's not a serious pride parade. I mean, this is a town of 60,000 people with 2 colleges. Okay, one state college and one private college.
Yeah,
that are both quite large, and both have LGBT centers as well. Why is there not a pride parade in this city?
Fuck if I know.
Well, that's something I think I'd like to investigate, get going.
Yeah. Well, that's the problem is I feel like a lot of towns that aren't big cities, but smaller cities and towns, there's some people that want to do stuff to help, but most of them don't have the funding to do very much. So that sucks. 2, you get the people that are on the the mayors and city council members and everything, and that's not what they're interested in. They're interested in policing or anti-drug, or they always have something on their list. Hey Gio, let me know if you want to come in, buddy. I haven't seen you in a while. They usually have so many things on their list of items that have to be done to help the community in general, that the LGBTQIA alphabet mafia, whatever stuff, tends to get tossed aside. You know, well, we can't do it right now. We'll do it later. Well, it's still later, you know, in a lot of places. So, hi,
And
Kendra.
I don't know for sure, but in the looking that I've been doing, I can only find one gay bar in the whole town. it's, and it's neither a men's or a women's. It's just a gay bar that a lot of straight people go to also, and it's in the middle of downtown. But it's also close to the COVID.
There wasn't enough gay people to fill it up, so the straight people were like, "This place is empty. I'm gonna go in there and shoot pool." Something like that. That's great.
Looks like a nice place.
Yeah. Oh, I've been in little towns that there is no gay bar. I lived in a town. Oh my God, I want to say right around the size of La Crosse. Maybe 60 or 70,000, somewhere in there. Or maybe like 50 or something. Anyway, so they didn't have, there was bars everywhere. There was no gay bar. And all the gay people just hung out wherever, you know, wherever their friends were going. And it, you know, it was, I mean, there was a few dickheads here and there, but for the most part, you know, like the old timer rednecky people would be on this side of the bar hanging out, and we'd all go on the other side of the bar and hang out, you know what I mean, kind of thing. Mm-hmm. So they didn't really, we didn't bother them, they didn't bother us, you know.
Well, I would think it's big enough. I mean, it's certainly not sophisticated like a New York City or
right,
or even a Madison, Wisconsin, which is of course a very intense college town.
Yeah,
but it's surprisingly sophisticated for you know, the rural nature of it, the small size of it, you know, that kind of stuff. And I think it's open to having a more out LGBT presence.
right.
You know, and I realize I'm making that assessment being an outsider, but I think that's what it takes to make that assessment, is that you can come in here, you can look around and you hear people talk and watch people behave. They don't know who you are, what you are, or anything like that. And they tend to be neutral to positive about gay people and stuff. So I think it can. And I guess I just like to have a part in that, you know. As long as stool doesn't come over, it should be fine.
I was muting myself because I was stirring coffee and I didn't want the spoon clanking in the cup while you were trying to speak. But no, yeah, it's I wish I could, you know what I would love to do? I'd love to go work for some nonprofit that just pays for me to survive. I don't even need a lot of money. And just go around and help cities and towns set up shit like that. Like, I would love to do that. I would love to do something just to help organize better. I mean, but the downside of that is there's some big cities who have these, you know, safe center places for LGBTQIA plus people, and they're run down and they'll walk out and people attack them, and you know, and some of them go in with their friends and are not even gay. You know, they just go in as support, and they get run down and they're not taken care of, and you know, it starts going to shit, and then you know, the more it goes to shit, less people are in there, you know, being in control of it, and then the drugs start coming, you know, so it's just it's just fucked up. It's fucked up. I remember having teen centers. I remember when teen centers came out in the 90s.
I wouldn't want to see that be part of the government, though. You know,
oh, well, yeah.
I'd like to see the government support something like that, but I don't want it to be part of the government administration or anything like that.
Right, like they throw funding towards it, but they're not in control of it. It's a separate entity. Yeah.
Yeah, as soon as it's under the government umbrella, the Republicans will want to shut it down or fuck with it, and you know, figure out some way to make it authoritarian and Nazi.
Yeah.
But the
It's
Nazi,
true. They'll start putting restrictions on it and stuff. They'll start putting restrictions on it. Like, oh, nope. We got to check you guys before you use the bathroom. We fund this place. Yeah, that's what would be next. No, I agree. I think the government's got their thumb in too much shit. You know, I think there's more things that need to be not directly controlled by the government, but guided by the government and controlled by an outside entity, you know. So the outside, the not involved in the government entity can actually make sure things happen that are good. That would be nice.
So speaking of governments, you hear what Tennessee did?
Oh my God, I'm afraid to ask. Go ahead.
Good old Tennessee. The governor signed a bill into law that requires any public facility that allows trans people to use the bathrooms to have to post a warning outside the bathroom, basically stating, warning, this bathroom allows transgender people in here, use at your own risk.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Are they going to put next to that, please watch for cis het white men because they're child molesters usually?
Well,
Where's that sign? Oh my God, dude. Yeah, you know, most things that happen in bathrooms, it's cis het white men.
Mm-hmm.
Like 88% or 85%, something ridiculously high like that. Most kidnappings that are not sexually related are done by cis het women. If it's sexually related, cis het man, white. It's just amazing to me. And yet they get away with everything. Did you guys, anybody see that clip? I don't know where they were protesting. They were protesting somewhere and they're all standing around and some big white dude, cishet fucking Trump supporter, gets out of his vehicle, starts yelling at him and shit. And then he like hits some woman's arm and pushes her. And there's a cop standing there. Cop didn't do shit. Now I'm going to tell you something right now. If that was a black dude, even if he hit the black woman, if that was a black dude, they would have fucking shot his ass. That's assault. That's no different than what the chick with the knife going after the other chick. It's all assault. They shot her. I'm not going to say weren't within rights to try to stop her, but you know, this guy's standing right in front of a fucking cop and does that, and the person's filming it, and the cop just stands there with his hands on his belt like, I'm not doing anything. I'm just going to stand here. Where are you, Jenny? Everywhere?
Well, now you got to fix it. There's two of me.
I mean, not always a bad thing.
Oh, well,
anyways.
Screwed up. I'll be right back. I got to straighten this out.
Okay, go ahead. So, how is everybody tonight? Geo and Kendra. And Kendra, where's Tobin? I sent him a link. Tell him to get his ass in here. I don't get to talk to him enough. And Geo, I never get to talk to you. You guys just fine. Don't love me. No love. It's fine. I can handle it. It's all right. I got my buddy back.
There we go. That should be correct now.
Stream. I'm in the chat. Hi, Jenny.
Hi.
Trying to say something and then you start having issues.
What happens? You know, I'm on my phone for all of this. Is you touch the phone wrong and StreamYard quits or throws you off into the great aesthetic or the ethereal regions of the universe, or
the great beyond.
Happens, you know. Yeah, it just fucks up, and you look at it wrong, and StreamYard gets goofy. So I apologize.
No, it's fine. I'm not worried about it. I just given the chat shit. I was like telling them, how come you guys aren't coming up here and talking? You know, where the hell's Tobin? Kendra. No, it's fine. I always have good conversations with you. I don't care if anybody comes on or not.
I like that name, Kendra. Isn't that cool?
I know. And you know what's funny is you know her icon, I usually don't see it big. Like right now I can see it big and I usually don't notice it. So I'm so used to her being like this little, on in the YouTube. Oh, Geo. I'm used to seeing that little icon when I'm in the chat with her, And so I've never really looked at it. And then when she went on Neil's and I went over there, I was like, oh, damn, girl got tats, y'all looking sexy. And then I thought, good job, Tobin. Good job. Hi, Gio.
Hi, what's going on, B?
How
have you been?
Not shit, man. We're just discussing
Nothing?
stuff. Oh, I've been crazy busy with my new job, but good busy, though.
Oh, yeah.
Good busy. No, I like it, though, because I work 9 hours and we usually just bring our lunches and eat there because we just don't have time for everybody to take a lunch. We're too busy. We're busy with 3 people in the office, and they had 2 before I got there, and they couldn't get shit done. And now we're getting everything done, but we're just, all day phones and fax and this and looking the chart and medication, and you start doing that. But the good news is I feel like I'm only at work for like 5 or 6 hours. So the day just
The time
flies right by. Yeah, which is great.
That's
I mean, the week
thing.
flies by too. I'll turn around and be like, oh, it's Thursday. I'm not streaming today. Oh my God, it's Friday. I'm streaming today, and it just flies by. And next thing I know, it's Friday night, and I'm doing an open mic thing. So hi, Ox. He said hi to Sam and Jenny.
Hey, Ox. Hi, Jenny. How you doing?
Jenny, did we lose you again? Because you're muted if we didn't lose you. Maybe she went to pee because you're here to entertain me, Sam. So what's been going on with you? What have you been up to?
Oh, just doing a lot of editing, like video editing and stuff, and creating video clips and testing things out, seeing what works, what doesn't work. Trying to put it all together.
I would love to do some stuff like that. And I'm on TikTok and I always want to do some TikTok stuff about important things. I just don't have the time.
Yeah, it takes a lot of time.
It's I can do a basic intro video or something like that in an hour and a half. That's not hard. Once you find the stuff you want to put in it, and slicing it together is easy. But when you're doing a video that's not 30 seconds, man, it's just so time consuming.
It takes too much. It's a lot of work. A lot of sitting around, waiting for things to render.
Yeah.
The time it takes. If you want a high quality something, video. Yeah. You have to spend a lot of time. The computer, my computer spends a lot of time rendering stuff. So.
Yeah, I hear that a lot. I don't think it's just you.
Yeah, it's not me.
I think everybody has to. I've heard people say, oh, I've been waiting. I'm sitting here staring at this for 4 hours now. It's almost done. So, I know it takes a long time.
Yeah.
Is it videos for you? Or are you editing it for someone else? Or what are you doing?
This is, it's videos that I'm editing stuff for Ability in Danish. Linda.
Oh, cool. Yeah, Linda.
Stuff, stuff for that. And I just recently finished something for Simos Funk. And
oh, cool.
I did. He has an F1 racing commentary channel. The guy, his name is Fabio. I don't know if you know him. Yeah, Fabio.
Yeah, Fabio's the Italian dude that hangs out on MathPig sometimes.
Right, exactly. Yeah, that's him.
He's the only Fabio in the Italian guy. He's the only real Italian in our entire community.
Yeah, well, him and Simos have the show and they do F1 commentary. So I put together a video, just a short intro for them. But I was just using new techniques, things I haven't used before, and old stuff, just introducing old stuff into new. It was a different experience. So
that's cool.
It was something different. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I'd like to redo my intros. I don't really they're okay. I don't ever use them, but you
Hmm.
know, I don't know. I forget about them honestly. I made 3 of them, one for each night of the week, and I just forget about it. And I'm like, so he's like, well, you didn't play your intro. I'm like, oh, hold on, let me play it real quick. It'll be like 20, 30 minutes into the stream.
Well, I guess
So,
if you spend a lot of time on it, you know, you want to show it, right? I mean,
yeah,
Okay.
but I mean, I didn't
Yeah,
spend that much
no.
time. I think I did all 3 of those intros in like 2.5 hours, maybe at the most, maybe 2 hours. So it didn't take me that long. But
That's pretty good.
I downloaded Animatica, and it's only $5 or something for the year, and I was like, sold, to get rid of the thing and have more, you know, access, and you can do more overlays and stuff like that, because they
Mm.
limit you to like 3 overlays and
Mhm.
and only so many clips or something till you pay for it. So
Oh,
I
really?
just said, well, hell with it. I'm just going to go ahead and pay the $5 or $8 or whatever it was for the year.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's a pretty decent program. It's very easy to use, user friendly for people like me that don't have that big fancy software and don't know what they're doing. So
Yeah, all you need is something that if you can work it, if you know what you know.
yeah,
It's hard to do without having anything to help you. It's even harder. But,
yeah.
Hmm.
I've used KineMaster too,
oh yeah,
but I didn't pay for that one. It was too expensive. So it had the
Well,
little
I don't
logo
use
on it.
those. Yeah, I
But-
try and use all free software. That's so. I've been trying to
Yeah, I
learn
don't blame you.
Blender for the longest time. It's kicking my ass.
I've heard of that somewhere, but I've never even played with Blender.
Yeah, it has a very steep learning curve, and I get all the way to the top of the learning curve, and then I just somehow that's where I'm at now.
You can't get over the peak. You're just sitting there.
Yeah, I
You're
haven't
like one
gotten
of those
over-
cars the trucks that they drive up the steep hills and they get right to the top and they're like, fuck, I can't get over.
I'm almost there. We're not quite over the hump yet, but no.
Yeah, Harmonica, you
Still
do need a camera. Well, you need better internet too, but I think Randy, don't you just use your laptop camera? Because I used to use my laptop camera and they're just not good. They're just not. It was worth me paying $50 to get this thing, you know. So what I did, you guys, because when you stream on YouTube, you can't do 1080 anyway. I just went and got last year's model of the Logitech cam, and it does what is it, 720 or whatever, 720. So what it is, yeah. So it does 720, but that's all YouTube does. So you don't have to have a big expensive camera. You can spend $40 or $50 and get the 720p, and you're fine as long as it's a decent camera. I like all the Logitechs. Everybody I know has one, and they work great. So I just went ahead and bought one of those.
Now, if you don't
I
have
would like to get a separate mic. What's that?
If you don't have 8K, you're nobody.
8K.
If we don't have what?
8K video, you're nobody. Sorry.
8K.
8K. YouTube doesn't even stream at 8K. Boy, that'd be a waste of money.
Yeah, most people don't have 8K devices to watch it on.
Yeah.
The human eyeball can't even resolve that.
You can't. Yeah.
The human eye can't even tell the difference.
I didn't say that. It cannot.
What did you say?
8K. It does. I cannot resolve 8K, but it can probably see a difference.
Oh, okay.
Say 2K versus 8K.
Oh, okay.
Did you see? Have you seen Ludicrous resolution yet? It's so high up on the resolution scale you can't even see it.
Really?
Yeah, it's a joke. It's a joke.
It's a joke.
It's a joke. Yeah.
Okay, well, you're talking to somebody who doesn't know shit about that, so I'm gonna go. Okay, I don't know.
I don't know. Somebody will get it. Somebody might get it.
Oh well,
Yeah, the pixels are so dense and small and tiny that you can't even see them.
Oh my God, that's ridiculous.
So the image is
Now
The
I
image
get it.
is so monstrously huge; it's bigger than this entire universe, and we don't even know how big that is. And that's this image. You can't see it though because it's
But
so
when
ludicrous.
NASA turns on the Hubble, you get a nice shot of that shit from outer space.
It's a joke.
That is funny. What ox Twitter is so misleading. I saw this Twitter called Tattoos Porn. I scrolled for like half an hour, not one porn shot, not even side boob. I'm so disappointed.
Side boob. Not even.
But it's tattoos, not really porn. Just Google that under Pornhub, Docs. You'll find it for free. It'll be fine. Sure, there's plenty of tattooed people out there having sex.
Oh yeah.
For sure. Randy said when you get bored, he needs an intro for his channel.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Tattoo people have sex?
I mean, I have tattoos. I fucked women with tattoos, so I'd say yes.
I thought he had an intro. Didn't he make an intro?
I don't know. He just said he needed one.
Oh, you don't have one? All right, I'll get to work on that. I'll see you later, guys. I'm going to work on Randy's intro. I'm only kidding.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, I can make you an intro and like a lickety split. Just got to do it. That's all.
Yep. I mean, if it's really something simple you want, Randy, hell, I could make you an intro.
Yeah, see, there you go.
Yeah, it's not, with what I have, I could make a simple intro. But if you were trying to get really fancy, make it look like Math Pig shit or something, then you'll have to talk to Geo.
Fancy schmancy.
Because I'm not that fancy. I mean, I don't think my intros are bad. I just know they're not.
Nothing
great.
wrong with your intros. But there you go. He's got already 2 intros and he hasn't even done anything. He's got an intro from you and an intro from me. Now,
Yeah,
Math
there
Pig,
you go.
we'll get Math Pig to make him an intro.
Oh my goodness. That's what I should do. I should be like, hey, Robbie, help me out.
Yeah, Math Pig will put you together an intro.
Yeah, and Dave. Oh my God, Dave
You just
too.
gotta
Dave
ask.
is
Yeah, you just gotta
critical
ask.
cripple Dave. He is just, oh my God, the shit that
Dave's-
man knows about computers.
Yeah, he's good.
Yeah, he's really good. Like that's what I'm telling you. Every time I have a problem, I tweet Dave. Dave, help me. And he always figures it out in like 15, 20 minutes. It's something that I've been stumped about for an hour or two.
Well, he's done a lot, so he's run into a lot of problems and he's figured them out, and he somehow retains that information, which is
I mean,
like
yeah.
he's like
got
an
like
encyclopedia of information.
Yeah. Yeah, of computer programming stuff. Yeah,
exactly.
He really
yeah,
is. Yeah. He is a computer encyclopedia.
But he doesn't like cheese. That's what I
No,
don't get.
and you know, I'm kind of disappointed in him for
I
that
don't
one.
understand that.
I'm a big cheese lover.
Not that it matters.
It is true.
I'm just kidding.
Harmonica said, Randy said, I want it sort of fancy.
Sort of. Okay. Whatever that means. You want it with tutus? Yeah.
Like a ball gown versus swimsuit? What do you mean by fancy?
Yeah, ball gown. Yeah, fancy. Yeah. Black tie.
No,
and
I don't know. Black tie. Yeah.
black tie.
Absolutely. That's
No-
it. We'll put
jeans.
Randy in a tux.
No jeans
Huh?
and t-shirts. No.
Yeah,
jeans and
no.
t-shirts.
We're only fancy for this guy. Only
Oh,
fancy.
Randy.
Yeah.
How about a trench coat? Just a trench coat.
No, that's so pedophile.
Randy knows
We don't
all
want to
about
do
that.
that to him. He's sick enough without being accused of being a pedophile.
Did you see his video with him in the trench coat? You
No, I
didn't
don't think
see
I
that
did.
Video? Yeah, he was flashing everybody that were coming into the store and they were laughing hysterically at him. You didn't see it? Harmonica Man, she didn't watch your video. Did you watch his video?
Oh, there you go. Well, yeah, ask Dave then, or let Geo do it when he's got time. Yeah, I can't do anything too fancy.
Hey,
I mean, I guess I
retired.
probably could, and I just don't know how to do it yet.
You could
But
do it.
it's that
Yeah.
time thing again.
If I can do it, you can do it.
Whatever. I don't know shit about computers. I mean, I know basics. I know how to troubleshoot. I know how to do settings and stuff. You know,
Hey,
I know people that don't even know how to do that. But
you know how to
um,
click a button, right?
but I'm definitely not Dave or you
You could
when it
click a
comes to
button.
that. If you can if you can use that mouse, click, 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 click.
Yeah, you can do it.
Yeah, that's absolutely the truth. All you have to do is just commit the time to it. Well, that's with anything.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
yeah. So Jenny and I were talking about like LGBTQ. Do you guys around where you live, Gio? Do you guys have those like teen center things?
No.
Really?
Nope.
Huh.
I haven't
That's
seen
okay.
any.
Where
Teens,
do
teens.
you live?
Say what, Jenny?
Where do you live?
Arizona.
Hmm.
Do you
Yeah,
you do live close to a major city?
There's no gay people.
No.
No.
I'm
Okay.
about 40 miles west of Phoenix. About 40 miles west of Phoenix, which is the largest city in
Yeah.
Arizona.
I would think Phoenix has.
Oh yeah, Phoenix
Oh.
has it. It's just that he's in a small town then. Yeah.
Yeah, it takes me a while to get to Phoenix. It's only 40 miles away, but yeah.
Yeah, no, that's me, Ox. I know how to
Mm.
put computers together. They're plug and play these days. Everything, you just stick things together.
You know,
So that's easy.
By the time though that you get to Phoenix, I'll just be rising. Sorry.
Exactly, yeah.
Randy said there's nothing where he lives either.
Nothing.
Yeah, as
never-
far as like teen or LGBTQ centers or anything like that.
Yeah, nothing like
I
that.
I was telling Jenny that, you know, I feel like you know, that somebody needs to go around and help the city straighten shit out like that. Like that we need stuff like that. And not just for LGBTQ, but we need stuff for teens in general. You know, they're in these big cities and they get in a bunch of shit and they don't have any place to go.
Yeah.
They feel safe. And a lot of them can't even go home. And they rely on places like teen centers to give them, you know, someplace to go after school kind of thing where they feel safe for a little bit, you know. So
Sure.
yeah, it's terrible. I know where I grew up, you know, because my mom transplanted us into West Virginia when I was 4. That area I grew up in, there was nothing for the kids to do. They went around and got in trouble all the time. You know, in the summer, everybody went to the pool, and then in the winter, everybody, until the pool was open again, and even when the pool was open, everybody just went around and got drunk and high because there was just nothing to do. Yeah, buddy, I love you too. Yeah. He's very needy. You've already been on stream once today. So, are you near Quartzsite, Gio? Ox wanted to know.
Am I near a port site?
Quartzsite, Arizona.
Court.
It's called Quartzsite.
Quartzsite. No.
Oh.
No.
That's where a lot of the nomad people go. They go down to Quartzsite I think in the wintertime, right, Ox?
Oh yeah.
A lot of the tiny home nomad, you know, van living people go down to Quartzsite and stay down there.
No. Just trying to figure out where I'm located. What? Quartzsite?
Yeah, it's like quartz.
That's a rock.
Yeah, with an ITE on the end.
No, I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, oh yeah, it's a big snowbird. There you go, snowbirds. Thank you, Ox. That's what I was looking for.
No.
Yeah, we have a lot of snowbirds that come down. People will come down from like Wyoming and Colorado and everything because it's still winter here, but it's not like freezing butt ass cold, deep snow winter. It's very mild here. So a lot of people come down here for the winter too.
Yeah, I live in the West Valley. It's called the West Valley.
Oh, okay.
Of Arizona.
Okay. I know roundabout where that is. Roundabout. I've drove through Arizona once or 50 times or something.
Maricopa County.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That's the biggest county west of Phoenix.
The valley I live in is called Looney Valley.
Looney?
Yeah.
That's why they accept you so well, Jenny. That's wonderful. I'm glad you found your people.
I wasn't going to say anything, but B beat me to it.
Oh my goodness.
That's cute.
It's
That's
so
a cute
funny.
name.
Oh, hi, buddy. My God, this cat is so attached to me. He just can't get enough. Did I
Look at
feed
that
you when
cat.
I came home? I feel like you need food. That's probably what it is. It's ridiculous. Anyways, Randy, I was thinking about being a snowbird. See, Randy, I thought you had like a camper kind of deal. I didn't realize until the other day when you said something about living in a little cabin. I thought you lived in like some kind of RV thing. So I was like, well, bring your shit out here. But yeah, I guess you can't really move the cabin.
Put wheels on it.
Well, I don't even know if it's his cabin.
Who cares?
Alright.
If he puts wheels on it, it's his then.
Once it's gone, man. Somebody stole my cabin. What? No, somebody stole my cabin. That's ridiculous. I mean, I've heard of a lot of the crazy things being stolen, though, I can tell you. There was these guys that were going around where I used to live in Ohio, and they were going around at night, at like 10 o'clock at night, and they were looking for people who left their garage doors open. And they were like, somebody had a shed out back, and they found this one shed and broke into it, and they stole like tools, 2 ATVs. Like, they cleared this person's shed out. They woke up the next morning and everything was gone out of their shed except for like hoses and hand tools. But they stole everything of value. So the funny thing is that because they were going around doing this, there was people kind of keeping an eye out for them. So when somebody heard, hey, my neighbor down the road got robbed, they all pulled up their security camera stuff and got them not only on camera taking the shit, license plate and everything. So because they were doing it for like weeks and nobody could catch them. So they finally did themselves in.
Got him.
I thought it was hilarious personally. And when they caught the guys, they went to the guy's house who owned the pickup truck, and it was like his buddy next door that he was doing the stealing with. And they made him open up his garage, and his garage was full of all that shit. He didn't even store it anywhere else. He took it to his house. So the cops were like, we have a warrant. We're going to search your shit. And they were like, we don't have anything. What are you talking about? And the cops walk in their house, walk in the garage, open the garage door, and when the light comes on, it's just full of tools, and they had like 3 or 4 ATVs and air compressors and saws, and they just stole everything. I think they were gonna like stash it and then do like a yard sale kind of thing or something. I don't know what they were doing. But
Wow.
oh my God, it was crazy. Yeah, they got some time. They got some good time out of that one.
Oh, sure.
Ox said my stolen goods business went to shit when the internet and cameras became normal. Shut up, Ox.
Stolen goods.
Oh, block it up. Back a triple under it. Strap it down and ride. Uh-huh.
I
There
once
you
saw
go.
I saw you know that Cops show where they have like live action. Everyone has seen that Cops, right?
The regular Cops. Yeah.
The show Cops. Well,
Yeah.
there was a report of a stolen I think they called it a high-low. It's a thing that scissors that opens up. It scissors up so you can get
It's a
to the
man
ceiling.
lift.
Yeah, it's like a lift.
Yeah, they call them man lifts.
Yeah, and
Which
it's
I don't know
square
why
and
they
it's-
call them that, because I've used a lot of them and I steer them better than most men. They
Yeah.
should be called lesbian lifts.
but
go
they're
ahead.
not they're not very fast, and they travel very slowly. Well, someone had stole it and drove it out onto the highway and was drunk and riding it around on the highway.
Oh, wait a minute. And he had like beer sitting there.
Yeah.
And he was
had beer-
sitting on the beer steering it like this, right?
Yeah. You saw
And the
that?
cop's like, what are you doing? He was on the ramp going onto the highway.
Like, what are you
And he
doing?
was like,
Yeah, you
what,
saw that.
officer? I'm heading to work.
He's on a high-low. He's on one of those things. It was like so hilarious. I couldn't believe it.
And the funny part about it was the cop was like, come on down off of there. So he started driving forward. The cop was like, stop. And he was like, trying to pull the guy. He was about to climb up there to pull the guy down. And the guy just raised himself up
Yeah, he's raising
in
himself
the
up.
air. The cop's like, stop it.
Yeah, it was pretty hilarious. It was
And he's
really.
like trying to just chug the beer he's got while he's doing this shit.
It was one of the best Cops episodes I've ever seen.
Seriously, I saw it on YouTube. You guys look that up on YouTube. Look up guy in man lift stopped by a cop drunk or something. You'll find it on YouTube. I came across it by
hilarious.
accident
Like,
somewhere.
What the heck is this guy doing?
Oh my, the shit people do. And we were talking about that. So my brother Richard has a buddy, and he went to I think he was in Puerto Rico or something, and he was there for like a year or two. And he said that if you're a drunk driver, they'll pull your license, they catch you again, they'll just take your car. And if you buy another car, they'll come get your car. Like, they don't even play around down there. But
Ouch.
anything under 150
Yeah, that hurts.
cc motor, you don't need a license for. So you have all these drunk guys going down the road in scooters, and they're going like 35, 40 miles per hour on the sidewalks. So George said he'd be like walking down the sidewalk outside, boom! Oh shit! That guy almost hit me. And I said, so the lesson here is if you go overseas somewhere and you see people on scooters, they're drunk. And he said, yeah, that's right.
Watch out.
And they go down the sidewalks. He said everybody learns to stay on one side of the sidewalk, and you just kind of walk past each other. Gives us the drunk scooter guys.
Be warned.
Oh, I've seen people. I've lived in areas where people drove their lawnmowers. They're riding lawnmowers to the bar because they had lost their license.
Well,
And
those
I've
you can.
known people to get pulled over by the local sheriff and be like, dude, what are you doing? Oh,
You
come
can-
on, man. Just try to get to the bar and took my license away. Well, you can't
Okay.
drive a lawnmower on the road.
Be
No,
the town
you
I
can't.
live in,
Huh?
that the town I live in here, that's allowed.
Oh, get on your
Really?
lawnmower.
Yeah.
It's safer than driving home, right?
Drive your
All about
lawnmower
drive
down.
with, lawnmowers, their ATVs, and their golf carts.
Yeah, we have golf carts here. People driving golf carts around
Mhm.
and stuff.
Yeah.
But it's like a golf cart next to like an ATV, a full size ATV. It's like, what the? They're all using the same road, and one can't even see the other one. It's like
What?
it's an accident waiting to happen.
What are you talking about?
If you're
He's
in like
saying
one
that
of
people
those,
are driving the golf carts on the roads.
Yeah.
Yeah, so when you're in a full size, what are you saying? A full size vehicle, right?
yeah, like an all-terrain ATV vehicle, one of those things that's got
Oh, like a
full-
jacked up Toyota
jacked up
Pathfinder or
truck,
something.
you know?
Yeah, you can't see them,
No,
right?
they're not jacked up trucks.
That's not an An
Oh,
ATV is an all-terrain vehicle is like
Yeah.
four-wheelers and
It's like
and
a
side by side.
It's like a
You know what I
golf
mean,
cart on
but-
steroids. That's all.
those.
Yeah, that's
it's
what
a
side by sides are.
They're
golf
they're
cart
about
on
the same,
steroids,
same
yeah.
wheelbase size, front to back, side to side, about the same. They've got fenders. They've got they steer
Side
like
by sides? No, they're bigger than golf carts.
they steer with motorcycle type handlebars. But they're just an ATV. They're not a truck.
Oh yeah, yeah,
No,
yeah.
I'm saying-
Four-wheeler, regular four-wheelers, right?
They're on the road with people who are driving monster trucks.
Oh sure, it's in town and people behave.
Yeah. I'm just saying out here, it's just like people have all these trucks with these big tires on them, you know, and trucks are all like you have to climb,
and
like you have to climb up to get into them, and then you can't see what's on either side of you, and some old lady in a golf cart comes next to you, and you don't even see them.
Yeah, there might be one or two of those somewhere in the county. People have like working actual usable pickups and SUVs and stuff that they actually use. They're not jacked up.
Crazy.
Some guy's got a tiny penis.
This is what I was talking about, Jenny, when I said a side by side.
Yeah, that looks cool. I drive that.
Yeah,
around.
these are. This is actually a small one.
Yeah, that's a
They
golf
come
cart
way
on
bigger than
steroids.
that. But yeah, they're not the same size as a golf cart. The axle, the wheel base is just a little bit wider, and they're than a typical golf cart. They're like 2 or 3 feet longer, I believe.
That looks good
But
though.
yeah, it depends on which brand you get. Some of them are, they're huge.
I could
fit like
use one
6
of
people.
those.
Yeah, those are pretty cool. Where I live,
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you, man, these guys have like these there's 4-wheelers and dirt bikes and the like dune buggies. The real fancy dune buggies with the pipes up the back and shit. And these guys ride these around, and there's all kinds of land out here that's state owned, and it's just empty. And one area is got to be 6 or 7 acres, something like that, maybe bigger. I don't know. I've only seen part of it because I've never drove on a dirt bike back there. But from the road, you can see about 6 or 7 acres, and it's just motocross paths. And then you go down the road more over by the airport, and there's places where all the ATVs and shit go. And those guys go out there, they get fucking crazy. And it's so like, it's sandy here, but it's less sand and more like rocks and red clay kind of dirt. So they can get good grip and shit. But you can slide around the corner like you're on sand. And they get really, I've seen them crank around. I'll be driving down the bypass around the main city, and I look over and I'm like, Jesus, these guys are just, flying along. And I'm like, God, don't kill yourselves. I hope you're all wearing seatbelts and helmets. Oh, it'll freak you out. And those guys over there on the one that's for dirt bikes, I see them popping some shit. They got like all the humps and curves, and like it's like a whole motocross track, but spread out and bigger, way, way bigger. So
That's nice.
yeah, people get into all that shit. I always look at it and go, wow, that's an expensive hobby. Those dune buggy deals.
Yeah.
They're expensive. That's a car. $30,000 for one of those things.
Something breaks, that's expensive. Yeah. Certainly.
Randy said, I get those assholes driving by all day long. There's all sorts of off-road vehicles going by. Yeah, I mean, they make so many now. Because, what America did was America said, oh, golf cart? Watch this, hold my beer. And I'm going to make it this now. But I remember back in the day, we used to ride around on 3-wheelers before they were illegal.
Yeah.
Because they flipped so easily.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
The original golf carts were 3 wheels, 2 in the rear, 1 in front, and they steer with just like a stick, like a rudder on a boat. And
that's right.
Dangerous as fucking hell. You get too hard of a turn, and you're on your head.
That's what 3-wheelers. We used to ride them double. Me and my friend, she had a 3-wheeler and a 4-wheeler, and she liked the 3-wheeler better because obviously if you lean right and you're got the weight right, you're not going too fast, you can crank around some corners better in a 3-wheeler than a 4-wheeler. So Richard would jump on the 4-wheeler, and I'd jump on the back of the 3-wheeler with her, and we'd put a cushion on the luggage, the equipment rack in the back, and we'd bungee it down so my ass wouldn't hit. And I'm going to tell you guys, this is funny. So we're riding around her field, and it was like a big L-shaped field. And there was places you could go up on the side of the hill, and there was bumps. It was fun. So we're riding on it one day, and she hits this one pretty good sized mound, and we came down hard, and that fucking cushion had moved, and I cracked my tailbone on the luggage rack. And it wasn't the first time in my life I cracked my tailbone 5 years before that on a set of steps. So it was the second time. And I'm telling you, I went in the Army, and I never did a sit-up straight up and down. I'd lean to the side to do sit-ups. I couldn't do it any other way because I can't let my tailbone hit.
You broke your coccyx?
Oh, yeah, I broke my coccyx.
Coccyx.
I absolutely. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure I fractured it twice. I never went to the doctor or anything.
She fractured her coccyx twice?
Yep, I did it.
Ouch.
The first time I did it, I fell down. I was at my friend's house, and I was 12 years old, and his dad didn't let girls up in his room. What's funny is, this is what's funny, right? We both grew up and we both are gay. Nothing was going to happen anyway. But anyway, so I was allowed to go to the top of the steps and I had to stop. So he was trying to show me this. He had gotten a Lego Star Wars or Star Trek Enterprise, and he had put it together and he hung it from a ceiling. He's like, "Oh, well, come up here, but don't go past the top step, you know, my dad." And I was like, right, I got it. So, I took my shoes off the door and I came in, and walked up to the top of the steps, and they were the old, totally illegal now steps, because we all had them in our houses. They were all farmhouses, and they were those really steep steps, and they were too short and too tall and all that shit.
80.
Anyway,
what
so
is it? 89 degrees straight.
Almost, right?
Almost 9, not
right.
quite 90.
Yeah.
9 degrees.
Go and carry some furniture up those steps. My God, and the steps were huge. They were.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I'm standing up there and I'm looking at it, and he's like, "Look, blah 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 blah," and I'm like, "Oh, dude, that is so cool." And so he's like, "All right, we better go back downstairs now." So I turn around and I have socks on, and they have polished wood steps, and so my feet slipped, and I went all the way down these steps on my butt.
Polished wood
all the way to
steps.
the bottom, except the last 2 steps. I stopped myself. So I was in a lot of pain, and his dad was like, "I better take you home." And I said, "Yes, you probably should." So he's got a pickup truck, and he's got all the kids with him, and his wife's off at the grocery store. So they have 5 kids. So he throws the 3 little ones in the front seat, throws the 2 oldest ones, including my friend, in the back with me, and I'm straddling a spare tire, holding myself up, going 10 miles up a fucking dirt road with big potholes because I was so afraid to let my butt touch because my ass hurt so bad. It was so fucked up. I went to school like on Monday and I had to stand in the back of the classroom. I couldn't sit down. It was horrible. So, but anyways, that's stuff about me busting my coccyx 666. Yeah. Otherwise known as the tailbone. I don't know. I've never really, I've done stuff like that. I've fractured probably about, 6 ribs, 7 ribs in my life. But otherwise, I've not had any broken bones. Otherwise, but nothing like, never had a cast on me or anything.
I broke an arm. I got a broken arm. High school.
Did you? How'd you do that?
I tried to hit somebody on the head with my forearm. I didn't try. I did hit them and it broke. My forearm broke.
Ooh, that was a hard-headed bastard, wasn't he?
Well, he had a helmet on. He had a football helmet on.
Oh my God.
I was playing football in high school.
Damn.
And I went like this to hit a guy in a helmet, which is an illegal move. And I broke my arm. I have a metal rod in my arm now.
And so they were like, "We told you that was illegal. There's a reason."
Well, you can only go to the well so many times before the well dries up. And I did the clothesline move, I think 6 times on this guy and got him every time. And the last time I did it, it broke my arm.
Ouch.
I
have no desire to slam my arm unprotected into a football helmet.
Well, no, I had a pad on the arm. But it didn't matter. After 6 shots, I kind of just did it to myself. But
which one did you break, or both?
This one, just this one. I don't know if you can see it.
Isn't that the radius?
I don't know what this is called. Right, this bone right here.
I can't remember which one's which.
I don't know what it's called. I don't remember.
God, see, where's Jenna? She left and went back to work. Damn her.
But I didn't even realize
helping people, saving lives.
I didn't realize it was broken after the game was over.
Oh my God.
I was running around with a floppy arm and didn't even know it. I played the whole game.
That's what adrenaline does to you guys. That's what adrenaline does to you.
It's only when I went to the sidelines to get some water and I finally sat down and I went, "Oh shit. My arm is not working right."
Oh my God, dude. I can't even imagine. My mom broke her arm there too. I want to say that's the ulna, but I can't remember. Somebody look that up for me. Randy, look that up for me, rocks. Anyway, so we were driving down the road, and there was this tight turn, and there was like 15-mile-per-hour turn. Most people went around at like 20, but it was it went right around a part of the hill that stuck out. And people were famous for cutting inside of that curve. And I was like, my God, man, those guys need to quit doing that. Somebody's going to get in an accident. Well,
was it like a hairpin curve?
So yes, pretty much. Yeah. It was a double. It was an S.
Oh, forget
and
that.
So it went around the side of a mountain, then around this lady's field, and then it straightened back out.
Oh,
and this lady was down in her field gardening, because where I lived, everybody had a garden. People survived off of that shit. So we're coming around the corner, and this guy comes. He's all the way. He's like got half of his car in our lane, and there's nothing. Jenny? It's a 2-lane road.
Jenny said something. Jenny said something.
Jenny?
What?
No, I didn't say nothing.
Oh, okay.
Oh no, she's futzing around making noise.
I
know she doesn't. Yeah, she does that all the time. It's fine. I don't care. Hi, Shan. So anyway, so this car comes at us. My mom goes to dodge. Her tire goes off into this little ditch. The ditch was only, I don't know, 2 foot, 3 foot wide, maybe, and pretty V-shaped, And so she said all she could see. She said it freaked me out because all I could see was that mountain coming at my youngest child, which is me. And we're in this little Chevy Chevette because her car's in the shop. It was a loaner car. So we're in an old Chevy Chevette, and which is probably a good thing, honestly, because those things were built like, God, they were tough. The sides of those things were tough. So anyways,
Chevy Shove It.
Yeah, shove it. Yes, that's what we used to call it. Exactly. Thank you. Shove it. So she goes over, sees the hill coming at me. The guy gets past us. She pulls back hard. And so she grabbed the wheel like this and pulled. And we went across both lanes, hit the guardrail. Her arm went through the window and smacked the guardrail.
Ow.
That's how she broke her arm. They don't even think it was a window. They think it was the guardrail. So we hit that guardrail probably going 25 or 30, 35, something like that, I guess, because we popped up off that edge from the ditch so hard. And so then we ended up back over on the other side because we bounced off the guardrail so hard. And she smacked her arm and she was like, like, what the fuck? That hurt. Well, I found part of her skin on the guardrail. That's how I knew her arm hit the guardrail for sure. It took a piece of skin out of her arm. So, yeah. Oh my God. This is a crazy story. So we end up back in the ditch up against this hill that is got like a bunch of loose dirt and shale rock. Right. So, we both had our windows down. It was summertime, So she was like, oh, something wrong with my arm. I think my wrist is broke or something. And I was like, Mom, are you sure? And she went like this. And she let go and her hand flopped. And she went, oh, yeah, I'm sure. And I was like, well, Jesus, don't do that.
Oh, don't do that again.
So I jumped and I'm like, I'll run down there and call 911 because I knew there was a house right down there. So I climb out the side of the vehicle, all this shale and shit, get off on the hood, jump down, and I'm yanking on her door because I'm kind of freaking out. Like I want to get my mom out of this car, because somebody can come around that corner any minute now. Yeah. It was a tight corner that coming around this way. You can't see anything. Somebody could just came around and hit us. And there was already a car that came around right after we stopped and barely missed us. So I'm like, I'm going to get my mom out of this fucking car. Yeah. So I have the door handle of the Chevy Shove It and I'm pulling on the door and I broke the door handle off and I loosened the door. And now speaking of adrenaline, here we go. It took 5 firemen and a 20-foot long pole to pop that door the rest of the way loose.
Oh man!
Because when we hit the guardrail, the way we hit it, the metal from the back door overlapped onto the front door. It smashed it over about, I don't know, probably like 1/4 inch, 1/2 inch. But it doesn't, it's steel. It doesn't take much. Wow. You're not going to move steel very easily.
It's like trap. You get trapped in there, right? Almost.
Yeah. I mean, that's basically and I was freaking out. So by the time I break the door handle off and I'm like, shit, Mom, I don't know what to do. The lady from the garden comes up. She pulls her handkerchief off her head and wraps it around my mom's arm to stabilize it and helps my mom tie it. And then, and I hadn't realized, but I hit my knee. And so I get into the ambulance with her and I'm like, oh, Mom, are you okay? And they're like, what? Your knee's swelling. Did you hit your knee? And I was like, oh, I don't know. I don't even feel it. And they're like, you're going to feel it soon. So I got my first air cast at the age of 16. But still, I didn't break anything. Even with the accident we had in 89, my mom ended up dying from it. I cracked 3 ribs. Like, I'm just a lucky motherfucker. And I don't know why I am wandering around on this earth and if I have a purpose, but I'll find it one day, goddammit. Because for some reason, I keep living through shit.
Well,
so
maybe,
that's my story. I'm sticking to it.
Maybe. Can't prove it wrong.
No, and you can't prove it right either.
So there you go.
There's lots of shit we can't prove, like God.
So you're good. So you're good.
Yep. Can't prove that either. Wife is sitting here watching and said, "Be as handsome." Oh, hey, thank you, Ox's wife. Oh, you can't see me winking.
Look at that.
That was sexier, wasn't it? Yeah. Anyways, and it was funny because we were used to tease my mom and say, you know, Mom, now if you fly anywhere, they're going to flag you at the airport.
Flag you at the airport.
She ended up breaking that bone, and they put a rod and plate, and she had 6 screws. It was like, because I have one. I don't remember how it was, but I remember that my sister's wedding was shortly after that. And my mom had this huge, gnarly pink scar on her arm. So instead of buying her flowers for her dress, they bought her one of those. What's it called, Jenny?
I don't know. Okay.
You know, the flowers around, it has like elastic on it and they're real flowers. Anyway, so my
corsage.
No, corsage goes on your corsage and a boutonniere. Corsage is for women, boutonniere, whatever is for men. But anyways, it's the flowers that go on your arm. It has like a elastic thing around it. So that's what she wore to my sister's wedding to cover it up. Because she didn't want to like be walking around my sister's amazing, huge, beautiful Italian wedding with this big, you know, still healing up thing on her arm. It was pretty gnarly. That's why they invent the jaws of life. Yes, Von Rick, absolutely. First of all, hello, thank you for coming by. The wreck that Mom and I had in '89, they had to use the jaws of life to get her out of the car, and it took them an hour and 10 minutes to get her out of that car. Wow. And I remember that because we wrecked at 1:10 in the afternoon. And I was like, that's weird. 1:10 and 1:10. Yeah. So.
What's called the bone radius? The radius? The radius.
Yeah, the radius and the radius is the one up top and the ulna's down here.
Yeah, I broke the radius.
Yeah, that's what I couldn't remember is which was which. Okay. And yeah, that's not good, man. What, Jenny?
The upper one's humerus?
No. The humerus is goes up from your elbow.
Yeah.
The radius and ulna are your lower arm.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The third one is the humerus.
Oh yes, absolutely.
Because it contains the funny bone.
The funny bone.
Yeah, which is not funny when you hit it. It's only funny for everybody else. That's why they named it the funny bone.
Exactly.
Maya, how are you? Oh, everybody's flooding in over here. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you guys coming by.
I fell down in my kitchen and broke my wrist. I got tangled up in my dog.
That sucks.
Ow.
Did they cast it?
Yes. I had several different casts on it, and they put a couple plates and a bunch of screws in there. And
no kidding. Wow.
They're still in there.
Yeah, you'll have those for the rest of your life. Yep.
The doctor told me I could get the rod taken out. And I'm like, what does that mean? That means they have to go in and open everything back up, go in and rip it all out, and then sew it all back up again. I was like, what's the point?
I have 2 surgeries for the price of 1, or no, 2 surgeries for the price of 3.
What's the point?
No, that's not. I wouldn't do that anyways.
And then I'm at risk because of my age to just die because they give me the wrong anesthesia or something, just.
Right.
You go in for just regular, like non-invasive surgery and wind up dead because the anesthesiologist forgot you were 57 years old and not 37.
Yeah, right. Right. Yeah, no,
Somebody-
there's always risk, and they'll tell you that. And any surgery, there's risk.
yeah, there's a risk.
Anytime they knock you out, and that's why they only try to do it if they have to.
Yeah,
Like if they can, they'll numb whatever they're working on, so they don't have to knock you out. Back in the day, probably when you got that done, they would just knock you out and not even question it. But
Yeah.
now we have better local anesthesia that we can use, so we don't have to knock every single person out. And they'll, there's some surgeries they want you awake for. So
Exactly.
they can check things like nerves and stuff while they're going. So.
Yeah, they wanted to do my wrist with me awake, and I said no, I really don't think so. But just the idea of having the number of screws bored into your bones.
Yeah.
I don't care if I see it or not. I can hear it.
Well, and the other thing is, just because they numb you doesn't mean you won't feel the pressure from it.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
exactly.
You'll still feel it happening. It just won't hurt.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it's
no,
strange.
knock
It's
me
strange.
out.
It's a strange feeling.
Yeah, exactly. Maya said, "Fuck being awake for surgery." She agrees.
Yeah.
Well, I had a stent put in my heart in one of the arteries, and I was fully awake during the whole operation.
Yeah, but
Wow.
that's different. They're just putting a catheter up here.
Yeah, that's just
Oral
expanding they're expanding a like cage inside my artery.
Yeah, it's a mesh. Exactly. You know what they remind me of? If you guys have never seen one, it's like the Chinese finger trap.
yeah, but yeah, opposite.
Basically what it is.
Yeah.
They squish it like this and they insert it and then they expand it out.
And it pops
Yep.
open.
Yep. They let it expand out and and then it heals
I
in
watched-
your vein or artery will heal into it.
I laid back and watched it on the screen, watched them do it. They went in through my leg, came up.
Your femoral artery.
Your femoral. Yep. That's
It was
exactly what they do.
amazing.
Which
It
is
was
actually
amazing.
really risky because if you nick a femoral or you do something wrong, somebody can bleed out in a couple of minutes.
Oh, it's a huge artery.
Yes, it is huge. It is huge, and it supplies like literally half your body.
Yeah.
I had an ex who we were friends and then dated and then became friends again after I fucked that up. But anyways, she worked at a bank. And she called me and said, "We're getting robbed." And I was like, "Whatever." She was like, "No, really, we're getting robbed." And she's like whispering. And I was like, "Where the fuck are you?" She said, "We're all in the break room. We ran and locked ourselves at the break room and the gunman's out in the main part of the bank trying to get money right now." And I was like, "Jesus Christ, you're not fucking
Wow.
kidding, are you?" And she said, "No." And I was off work that day, so I drove down there. So as soon as she came out, I'd be there
What?
for her,
Man.
So I'm standing at the edge of the line. Her mother shows up. Oh, mind you, no one knew that her and I were dating. And she was totally in the closet until this day. Because they came up and said, "Oh, do you know somebody in the building?" And I just didn't even think about it. I said, "Yeah, my girlfriend's in there. She works there." And they were like, "Have you talked to her?" And I'm like, "Yes, actually." She said that they're locked up in the break room because, everything in a bank, everything has a lock on the door. And the break room door was metal, so they chose that door. And they're all in there hiding. And so they went on the news. They recorded me and I didn't even think about it. So her mom shows up right after this. Her mom shows up at the scene, right? And they grab a cop and they threw him on the back of a car and drove him away. And the guy shot the cop in the femoral artery. He was dead in like 10 minutes. He didn't have a chance. Shot him right in the femoral. Yep. They didn't even have a chance to. And that cop car, because they threw him up on the trunk and somebody took off and the other two guys held him on to the trunk because they couldn't carry him. He was a big dude. He was like 6'2", 200 some odd pound solid muscle guy. And they were like, "We're not going to carry him very easily." So they just used the cop car. And actually, no, they backed it up because they were trying to keep, anybody from getting shot anymore. And the guy had a semi-automatic rifle in there. And
It's a shame.
yeah, that cop died that day. And they got that fucker. They shot his ass and they still persecuted him because he lived. Because they weren't stupid cops who just shoot for the fucking torso. So anyways. Yep.
There's another nasty artery in the body, in your armpit. that
Yes.
If somebody were to slash that, she'll be gone in minutes.
Yeah, if you could actually hit someone in the armpit just right, if you know how to do it, it's actually a karate move. And ninjutsu, whatever. All of them have that move. But you can hit someone in underneath their armpit and they'll just be down. And if you do it wrong, you can kill them. Yeah. Yep. It's not cool, man.
Definitely, I agree. don't be punching people in the armpit.
Yeah, really. I mean, but you can knock somebody out like that for sure. My brother showed me 3 different spots on the body that you could hit someone with your fingers like this and knock them on their asses, and then they won't be beating you up anymore. So Maya says, I had my dentist knock me out when he pulled my wisdom teeth. And let me tell you, I've had teeth pulled out of my mouth, and oh my God, it's horrible. And I didn't even know that you could get knocked out for those things. And I really wish I would have, because those are memories I do not want.
I was awake for my wisdom teeth. That was no damn fun.
I didn't have my wisdom teeth pulled when I fell in '98 and busted 9 of my teeth. The tops fell off of 6 of them, and so they had to grab the base and pull them out. And my family has really long roots, and I'm telling you, I had 2 dentists almost put their knees on my chest. They put their knee on the table, on the chair, to pull these out. And one of them had me on a table because he was like, I can't get this out. We need to move her to a table. Oh. So he put me on the table, and he almost had and I said to him, my family's kind of, we need extra Novocaine because we're kind of resistant to it. And he was like, oh, you'll be fine. It's just pressure. So I about kicked him in the head, and I was like, fuck, dude, I can still feel that. And he was like, really? I said, I told you. And he didn't give me extra Novocaine. So then he gave me extra Novocaine, and he pretty much had his knee on the table next to my arm going, oh, and he finally pulled it out. He was like, holy crap, look at the roots on this thing. And apparently it runs in my family. I've asked everybody in my family, they all have really long roots on their teeth.
That's amazing.
I have to get Novocaine. I have to get lidocaine, topical lidocaine, before I get a needle in my gum. Then they do that. Then I get the Novocaine, and then they put me on nitrous.
Oh, okay. But they should do that for everybody. If they're not giving you lidocaine before they poke you for the Novocaine, they're fucking dicks. I would sue them. That's actually not the right procedure. I've had more, this is what I say. Every time I see a new dentist and I move, I always tell them I've had more dentist hands in my mouth than I've had women in my bed. And that's the fucking truth. Because I shattered my teeth so bad, I have to keep going back and getting things redone. I have caps on these. I have a bridge back here. I have a bunch of rebuilt teeth. I have like 5, 6 teeth in my mouth that have been rebuilt. Like I had a dentist rebuild them by hand. Like he used these tools and little drills and little shaver things or something, and like shaped it to make it look like a tooth, and kept checking it until he had it just right. Did the bite test on it and everything. So I've had some extensive work done on my mouth. I know, and my jaw over here was broken, and it's always out of alignment. So I love steak, but I can't eat it very often. I get 5 bites in from chewing that kind of meat, even if it's a tender steak, and my jaw is just killing me. Oh, wow. So I don't go for steak very often because of that. God, it tastes good, but man, I don't want to chew it. And then I'll have like a headache up the side of my head for like a day.
Yeah, you'll have to drink it.
Oh, dude, let me tell you, after I fell, because I fell on my chin like this. Ouch. And my chin actually used to be bigger, and it took out such a piece of meat out of my chin. Not only could I see my chin bone, but they had to stitch me up, and my chin looks smaller now. So I basically spent $100 on an emergency room visit, got my chin tucked for $100. It was great. It was the best. It was the best deal ever. My chin's smaller now. But no, but seriously, so when I fell, I pulled all my muscles all the way down through on my neck. I pulled my tongue muscle. It literally, the muscles pulled so bad it pulled my tongue muscle. So I couldn't talk for almost 2 weeks. Like this. I couldn't move my tongue. It hurt so bad to move it. It was like someone reached in my mouth, grabbed my tongue, and yanked on it or something. It was horrible. And I couldn't chew anything, and I couldn't suck out of a straw because my tongue was pulled. So I would like get liquid stuff, you know, and then swallow and be like, oh, it hurts so bad. So I worked at a retail store. I was an assistant manager at a drugstore. And so my boss didn't want me doing any hard labor because I was usually the person that like stocked shelves and organized the back room for, and I did all the heavy lifting, me and one of the guys, you know, because we had a bunch of women that worked there and they weren't very strong. So she was like, none of that for you until you're better. So she put me on the cash register. You'd think that's nice, right? You think that's nice? No, every single person asked me why I had a huge fucking piece of gauze on my chin. And I couldn't talk. So I was like, fell on my chin, and that's what happened. And they'd be like, oh, are you okay? No, it hurts. You know? And they keep talking to me. I'm like, don't you realize I can't talk right now? So I go in the office and I said, Christine, she's like, yeah. And I said, can I just write out on a piece of paper what happened? I'll even print it off the computer and just stick it on my chest. She goes, no, you're fine. Go out there. But it took me like 5 minutes to say that to her because I was like, can I make a sign that says I'm hurt and can't talk and put it on my chest? She's like, no, you're fine. Go back out there. I'm like, huh. It was ridiculous. It was like a week and a half, 2 weeks of hell, and then it took forever to heal. And I was spitting out tooth chips out of my mouth for like a month or more. And I like bit into a really soft hamburger one day, and a big chunk of my tooth was stuck in the hamburger. And I was like, oh, gotta go back to the dentist. So I've spent a lot of time in dentist chairs. Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
That's terrible.
All because, and let me tell you, here's a lesson, everybody. Do you know why that happened? I wasn't drunk. I wasn't high. I had just worked a double shift, and I came home and I didn't eat shit all day but a couple of Snickers bars. And it caught up with me. And when I got home, my blood sugar dropped, and I couldn't make it to my bed fast enough. I knew I was about to pass out. And I was walking down my hallway, which was hardwood floor, and I got by the bedroom door, and I just kind of like tripped over nothing. My foot just kind of slid on the floor because I was getting so weak. And I put my arms out to catch myself with the two doorways, bedroom door and dining room door. And I was so weak, I couldn't stop myself. So I landed like this. You can see I have a nice big scar on my nice big scar. Yeah, so it knocked me out for a good minute and a half. My husband at the time heard the boom, and he was like, what the fuck? So he comes running around the corner into the hallway, and I'm on the floor. And by the time he gets over there and starts he tries to like flip me over, he flips me over pretty gently, and he sees my face, and he's just like, and I open my eyes and I come to, and he's like this. And I was like, fuck. Oh, fuck. I was like, help me up. And of course, adrenaline didn't hurt yet. So he helps me up, and I look down, and there's just blood pouring off of my chin. So I had a sports bra on. His buddies were all standing there. I didn't give a fuck. I just pulled my white shirt off, and I stuck it on my chin. And I was like, fuck, I'm like really dizzy, because it was like the doctor said it would compare to a Mike Tyson uppercut with no mouth guard. He said he did the math. It was a 96-pound uppercut.
Forget that.
96 pounds of pressure uppercut. Yeah.
Oh, man.
So like take 100-pound weight and just smack somebody in the chin with it. See what happens. So, yeah, I know, Maya. I wish I was drunk. It would have came out a lot better. I would have been like, dude, I was so drunk. But no, I just wasn't taking good care of myself. Shit changed after that, by the way. I changed my diet. I quit eating so much junk food. I made sure that I ate protein and veggies so many times a day. That shit will change you. So, Maya, it knocked me out for a good solid minute. I think about somewhere between 45 seconds and a minute and a half. So it definitely knocked me out. But yeah. So it was crazy. And I went to so I got my shirt on against my chin like this, trying to soak up the blood. And I was like, let me see. And he's like, no, baby, no, no, I don't think you should do that. And I was kind of in charge, in the house. So I was like, I want to see it. And he's like, and he's taking me to the mirror going, no, baby, you shouldn't look. You shouldn't look. And I go like this and I could see my chin bone. And then the blood just flooded back and I covered it back up. And my skin was hanging down here. And I was like, dude, it's bad. He's like, yeah, I didn't want you to look. Bad. And then I was like, oh shit, I'm going into shock. And he's like, I don't know what to do. So I'm like, okay, is my face red or is my face pale? And he said pale. And I'm like, okay, lay me down, prop my feet up, put 2 pillows under my feet, cover me up with a blanket. I'm getting cold. And you need to make sure I stay warm. And by this time, I'm like, my whole body's just going through shock. It was crazy, but I was cognizant and I just told everybody how to take care of me until it went away.
Man, that's
I
crazy.
get that from my mom, man. My mom she was always level-headed. We were always hurting ourselves. Like one of us would run the kitchen, go, Mom, and she'd go, what'd you do? What'd you do this time? You got 6 kids running around the house. There was always somebody hurt.
Well, I could imagine.
I always get nervous when I know more than the doctor or the nurse.
Right? I think you're at the wrong hospital, Jenny. You might want to try another one if you know more than the doctor.
Yeah, I'd ask for a second opinion. That's the case.
Welcome back, Rachel. Oh, Theo's here. Hi, Theo. By the way, Theo, real quick, I wanted to tell you I like your new icon better than the old one. That one is really cool. I really like it. Yeah, so anyways, that's one of my antics. I've just been hurt too much. I could do a whole stream about that shit. All my injuries.
Well, when I was in the service, we had guys, if we would go out and stand in formation for any length of time, eventually somebody would just fall out and slam their faces into the ground.
And why did that happen, Gio?
Well, they were too tense and tight. Their legs, they
locked their knees. And they tell you, the drill sergeants will tell you, they told us when we went to go to graduation, you're going to be standing here a really long time. Don't not lock your knees. And I'll have you know, during my graduation for basic training, I almost passed out from that because I didn't realize I had locked them.
It's a balance between looking like you're stiff as a board, but still relaxed at the same time. It's like this balance,
Yes.
And you're right. The knees, you got to keep the knees bending like this. Constantly.
Yeah, you got to keep them even if just not locked back, but just that much past lock.
Yeah,
and the blood flow. You lock them, it cuts off blood flow, and then no blood gets up to your head because it doesn't return.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
And the guys will go, boom.
Face plant.
Yep.
And I saw one
guy. Yeah,
he went down, did a face plant, never saw him again.
Oh, no, you probably not. You probably smashed his freaking face, man.
They probably said this guy can't be in the Army any longer because of the damage he did to his chin or whatever he did. Because this guy was gone. I never seen him again.
Well, I can tell you, like I said, my jaw is broke over here. And I talked to a doctor about it like a year later, and he said, well, since it's been so long, we'd have to re-break your jaw. And I'm like, and go through that again? Fuck no, dude. Not months of that shit. Not months of I can't. I couldn't even to drink a beer. I'd have to go, or anything. I'd have to pour it down my throat. I couldn't sip it and swallow.
You can't move your jaw. They have to keep.
Yeah, well, I couldn't use my tongue or anything. That's my challenge. You guys tonight, when you're eating dinner and drinking. Oh, look, it's Justin. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize, sir. It is Khalil. How are you?
Khalil.
I'm good. How are you guys?
I'm good, man. We're just sitting here bullshitting about injuries, really.
I just got done with a stream talking to a YouTube atheist, and we had a really good conversation. I just jumped on. I was like, B's on. Let's join.
Cool, man. Who'd you talk to?
A guy by the name of Shane the Skeptic. Have you ever heard of him?
No, I have not.
Yes.
No, I haven't heard of him.
Shane and myself had just had a very, very good conversation about epistemology.
Ooh, that's deep shit.
Yeah.
Is that Shane? Yeah. Shane Corwin?
Isgrid?
Yes.
I don't know. His profile picture on YouTube has him and his dog.
Was he on?
I don't know him.
the atheist experience? No.
I think he used to be part of the ACA.
Okay, I think I'm thinking of the same fellow then. So yeah.
Yeah, he was what was it?
Has he done
If I-
any
He must run in
moderation?
the other atheist YouTube circle because I've never heard of him.
I think he's done moderation for Tart, right?
He might have done moderation for Tart.
So I think
Oh.
yeah.
Maybe
I
I
know
have
he's-
heard of him then. I've never seen him like talk anywhere or in chats or anything though. But that I mean, yeah. That sounds familiar if you relate it to Tart. Was it
Shane
Tart?
Corwin or Carwin? Or I forget his name. Yeah.
Atheist Vanguard.
Atheist.
With the AC. With the ACA.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was part of Atheist
okay.
Vanguard.
Okay.
Oh, so it is the guy. That is the fellow you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Good.
Yeah.
Boy, so how have you been?
Yeah, really. How have you been?
I've been good. Been trying to dodge a few bullets, but other than that,
Bullets.
you know.
Well, you
Well-
don't have any bullets here, buddy. I don't let anybody pick on anybody here. So everybody's welcome.
That's all good. It's all good.
So don't worry about
I'm
that. Someone
always-
starts talking shit, I'll boot them.
I'm always welcome to the questions and whatnot. I just like it was before. I want everything to stay respectful and friendly.
Yeah.
Right.
Absolutely.
I don't like generalizing, so I won't. I've just received a lot of hate in the last couple months from a lot of people, and I've had some other people who are part of the atheist community that have been like, "Hey, that's your belief. You can't choose what you're convinced of. I still love you anyways." And I'm like, "That's what we need."
Yeah, that's exact. And honestly, that's how I am. And you can ask anybody, even like Godless Sewing. You know, Will's my buddy, and I love him to death. And there was somebody that wanted to come on, and they were like, "I think Will's pissed at me right now." And I said, "So come on. I don't give a shit. I don't play favorites. I don't play favorites for anybody. You know, if you're being loud and you interrupt, I don't give a shit if you're fucking Jesus Christ or Allah. If you're in my fucking chat and on my panel, I'm gonna tell you to chill out because it's not cool. I don't allow that shit here. So I actually had Otangelo come on for like 30 minutes one night, and we just bullshitted with him. And he said he wanted to come up. I said, "Come on, but we're not talking about religion right now. As long as you're talking about the subject, you can join." And he came up and we talked about sailboats and shit that he was interested in. He hung out for a little bit and he was like, "All right, I'm going." So, and everybody was like, "Oh, he's not such a bad guy." And I'm like, "No, you just don't talk to him about religion. He's fine. He's all right."
Yeah.
He's just stuck in his little rhetoric, machine he's got going there. So yeah, I caught one of your I caught part of your stream the other day. You had 3 Muslim guys and they were talking to somebody else. And I told Richard, I said, well, you could tell he was just like absorbing shit, because I don't know how the topic of you came up, but I said you could see he was just listening. He was just you were just sucking in information. I said, I don't think he spoke for like 40 minutes because he was listening to these guys because he knows damn well they know more than him. And I said, I respect you for that. Instead of acting, because I hate people who act like I'll tell you. You can ask anybody that knows me. I will tell. I don't know. I don't know shit.
Yeah.
I'm a wealth of little bits of useless information that don't tie into anything, and I don't know how to debate, and I don't need to know a lot about religion because I'm not into it. So why the fuck am I going to read it? I don't understand that. But anyways, why people do that? I'm not into that. I'm going to read about woodworking or photography or something I fucking care about. But no, it looked like it was a good conversation. How did that come out? Because I didn't catch the end.
It was good. So that's how, like, every Saturday, we have a call-in show. So there's 4 Muslim panelists, me being one of them, mostly the quiet one, just because, I mean, when it comes to philosophy and stuff, I'm very comfortable talking about. But when it comes to I don't know if it's locked in yet, but we might be having a Muslim who's an expert in the field or an expert on the position next week, talking about a very, very controversial subject within the very controversial subject within Islam. Is we're going to be talking about the age of Aisha, the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, the age of his wife when they got married and they consummated their marriage.
So let me ask you a question. I saw in the chat someone had asked you guys, is so and so Muslim or what was it, Ashira or something?
Shiite.
Oh, Shia, yeah. So
Shia.
there's
But it was they
Shia-
spelled it like AISHIRE or some IRA.
Aisha.
Is that a Shira?
So there's the Shia and the Sunni.
Yeah.
And
Right.
basically the difference between those, from what my understanding is that after the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, had passed away, the reigns of Islam, the teachings of Islam, or the authority itself, was passed down to somebody else. Now the Shias wanted that to be passed down to blood relatives.
Right.
So I think it was Ali that actually got it, and then eventually it got passed down to where it was somebody that was just very, very close to the Prophet, but not actually a blood relative. And that's where the Sunni, which actually is the camp that I, as far as I've studied, and I got so much more looking into this to go, but I fall into the Sunni camp, to where it was a very close friend of the Prophet that actually took over.
So it kind of split off at that point.
Yeah, that's the
Okay.
battle, and the other split within Islam. I mean, there's 4 different schools of thought that focus more on laws, that focus more on commandments, that focus more on your daily lives, things like that. 4 different schools of thought within Islam. There is still what's called a Quranist, or in biblical terms, the sola scriptura, somebody who only deals with the scripture itself.
Okay.
We also have the Sunnah and the Hadith, which is not actually God-breathed word, but it's other text that we as Muslims adhere to. There are some Muslims who completely reject Hadith and Sunnah
Okay.
because it's not God-breathed word.
Okay. All right. So it's kind of like the Bible and the King James Bible.
Kind of, yes. So
Little
I
change,
think it's
little
better
change over time.
analogous to like maybe the Paul's letters. You could say Paul's letters,
Okay.
or the Dead Sea Scrolls themselves were not actually God breathed, but people use them as authentic. Some
Okay.
people reject them, some people accept them.
It's
Marty,
just-
hi. Everybody's coming over from your stream, aren't they? You got
Me?
Theo, I got Marty, probably.
it's just another con game to control people's lives and to capture the whole world into your belief of fantasies.
This is how I feel about religion. I
There's
feel
a
like
view.
that all the religions are basically, most of them are just mind fucks. We have a floppy McSausage. And I feel like a lot of them, because most religion was based on trying to keep people in order. They didn't have any order. People were scared. They were superstitious. They were illiterate. They had no clue what was going on. They couldn't read. They couldn't write. They were just like farmers, and that's how they lived. And they didn't know shit. And they would think every little thing was, So I feel like they started out trying to guide people with it, and then ended up controlling them with it, because people like, Christians, Catholics, blah, 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 and all that happened with that. So I'm not against anybody being religious necessarily. I'm not against a theist.
Mhm.
I am against indoctrinated religions. I don't care what anybody believes. I really don't care. I don't like religions that are controlling and mind fucking and brainwashing and shit like that. That's what I don't have
Yes.
time for.
Yes, so that's why I've said on previous streams that I'm attempting to try and open up not a new light. It's a light that exists, but it's not. I don't think it's prevalent enough in the Muslim community. Is a sense of progressivism.
Okay.
So I still my 14-year-old daughter is a Christian. My wife is still an atheist. By no means am I going to attempt to try and convert either one of them. That's not my job. That's not what I'm here to do. I'll
Well,
just be a
yeah,
good
that's
enough
not what it's
person.
about. We all have our own opinions and our beliefs, and we're all entitled to them. Absolutely.
Yeah. So as long as my wife gives me, 7 minutes, 5 times a day to go into the back room and pray, out of everybody's sight, and I have
wondered
my
where that
beliefs.
was going.
No stool,
Yeah.
behave.
I said nothing. I'm behaving. But seriously, 7 minutes, 5 times a day. Oh, nice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you sound like a teenage boy, except 7 minutes is long.
I'm just
Yeah, right.
I'm just a teenage dirtbag.
More like 3 or 4. Let's be honest.
Yeah. So yeah,
You
I
guys talk
basically
amongst yourselves. I'm gonna be right back.
Yep. So I basically just believe that I hold the beliefs that I believe that I have, but I'm not going to try and project them on anybody else. Obviously, there's some controversial subjects within the belief, and it's not my job to go proselytize and tell everybody else that they're not living their lives the right way. I mean, if that's what makes them happy, then live your life. As long as you're not within this temporal life causing harm to other people, then I don't really have a problem with it. I still see things as I did when I was an atheist when it comes to morality and whatnot.
I've been so good.
Speaking of which, that's something that I have a problem with most religions is, all this stuff was written a long time ago.
Mhm.
And some of it just plain old doesn't fucking apply today. And it was written by people that were biased, So I think everybody needs to take whatever they believe and whatever book they read or whatever it is and take some of it with a grain of salt and quit thinking that gay people are horrible or all atheists want to eat babies and we worship the devil. No, we're just skeptics. We just don't believe that. And that's okay. It's just like somebody who does believe. I don't hold it against them because they believe, as long as they're not a dickhead about it. So I don't understand why that can't be reciprocated. I mean, you're not being a dick, and we don't believe the same thing. It's fine. Yeah. People need to quit nosing into other people's shit. Is really what it is. And like I said, a lot of that stuff was written a long time ago, and it was. There's nothing the same now. Nothing except that. There's still men and women on this earth. Some people have dicks and some people have vaginas. That's pretty much the only thing that stayed the same from,
now we're getting
whatever
there.
years
now
ago.
We're getting there, finally. I've been here for 15 minutes and I've not heard a single word that has made me happy. Thank you, B.
Which word was it?
I'm happy that both words,
Both.
Whichever. No, that's not me making a statement. You're all allowed to like. You're all allowed to like your own words.
Oh my goodness. Oh my. Well, look at that. My brother pops in here.
Hey, Richard.
Hey. I threw a link in, brother. You can come up Richard. If you want.
Of course, I love
and no, you're not going to ruin my stream. I'll talk about whatever. And if people don't want to talk about it, they can go on with their lives. It's fine. I don't care. Everybody knows I welcome everybody.
I don't want to get. I don't want to barge in here and take over.
Oh no, we're not going to have. We're not going to go deep into it. I don't mind skimming the surface, but if I wanted to go deep into it, I'd be religious. So I'm only going to let you go so deep.
Pay attention.
What, honey?
I'm going to take off because I do not want to be part of a religious fest. Talk to you later.
Okay, honey. I love you. Thank you for coming.
She dropped out so quickly.
Well, there you go. I mean, but like I said, I'll talk to anybody. I don't care. And you never come on and basically, there's a lot of time on my streams and we end up talking about things we've already talked about. So I don't care. I'll talk about whatever. You go too deep. I'll let you know, Khalil.
I didn't because I didn't know what you guys were talking about before. I just basically saw your stream and it said open mic. I just went in there, found the StreamYard link and joined. I didn't even know what you guys were even talking about.
We were talking about injuries before you came in, actually. I was talking about how I busted my chin open and caused myself a lot of pain and shattered teeth. And
that's what made my ears perk up. I was listening to you describe your injuries. And I thought, I want more of this.
More injuries.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's always great to shatter 9 teeth, break your jaw, pull all of your neck muscles, your tongue, everything. Can't
No,
swallow, can't chew, can't eat, can't
I
drink, can't
got
sip,
kind of
gotta pour.
excited when you were saying, you were describing it, and you said, "Oh, shit, this doesn't feel right," because I've been there, and I've got the photographs to prove it. I'll show you sometime. I could do it now,
I
but I
got
can't
scars all over me. I could just do a scars stream. Like,
Scar
let me
stream.
explain all my scars. That's like 2.5, 3 hours of conversation right there. And that's if I snip it all the stories down to like 8 minutes or something. You know,
Mhm.
like I've hurt myself. I don't know how I haven't. Aw, I love you too, Jenna. Yes, that is exactly right. Everybody read this. Just don't be a dick. That's my rule. Don't be a dick, and everyone is welcome. Yeah, no, I've hurt myself a lot, and how I've not been injured or died or whatever by now, it's fucking amazing. Which is why I think I'm meant to do something amazing in this world. I just don't know what the fuck it is. Yes, Von Rick. It is always good to talk about breaking bones, car accidents, and flayed flesh. Yes, that was really. I like how you wrote that. It really just. It went over really well, right off the tongue. Flayed flesh.
Flayed.
Yeah. Stool, do you thrive on pain?
No, I don't like it. I'm not very fond of pain, to be honest.
Okay. Also, I have some questions for you. I heard your hat has been on Captain of Star Trek Enterprise and has also been on the aliens headed Area 51. And we need some confirmation on that.
I have no idea what are you talking about now?
Oh, Mice and Dave were having fun with Stool's hat thing.
Have they been playing with my hat when I wasn't looking?
Oh, yeah, they were going on about it for like 30 minutes.
No, I don't like it when people touch my hat when I'm not there.
See, I couldn't do Justin's hat. Like, that's cool, man. He looks good with the beard. Like, I would look so weird like that.
Ah, the
I don't have
I
that.
love the
I don't have that fluffy beard to balance it out, man. Oh, and by the way, Maya asked earlier if I had gotten a haircut. No, Maya, this is a 2+ week, almost 3 week old. I'm due for another one haircut. And actually, what it is I have my Bluetooth in, and I'm listening through that. And because I got sick of wearing the headphones because they were starting to give me headaches after being on here for like an hour and a half. So no, I didn't get a haircut. It's just that you can see my hair. I don't have a hat on today. I was using the hat to pad the earphones for. I'm sensitive. I can't help it. Anyways, so yeah. Justin, sorry. See, I gotta change. You know, it's just like
Justin,
okay.
That's totally fine. That's totally fine.
It's just like, well, I try to be respectful. It's just like my kid. You know, my kid is FDM, so now I had to get used to calling son, saying son and he instead of daughter and she. And then my friends who I rent a spot off of, who are amazing people, the husband decided that they're a they them, so I had to switch a she to a he and a he to a they, all in the same. Oh my god, it was just fucking with my head, dude. It's just because humans are creatures of habit. We get in the habit of things. We don't think about it. When I go to say hi to you, I don't think about your name. It just flies out of my mouth. So you have to like retrain your brain. What the fuck? Ooh. Hold on. Wait a minute. That is horrible. Let's take him out of the screen for me. Anyways, so the point is, I know you don't mind. I'm just trying to respect you, and I appreciate you letting people get used to it. So, Stool, what the hell is that?
So what the hell? What is what?
What did you do?
What,
Get in a fight with a horse? Looks like you got kicked by a horse.
No, this is what kind of made my brain go thinky when you were saying, "Oh crap, something doesn't feel right," because that's what I was thinking when I took that photo.
But what happened?
Nothing serious, nothing at all. It looks a lot worse than it was.
Oh no, I just have a gash over my forehead, but nothing happened. No, but what happened?
I honestly didn't even have a gash. I really didn't. But it looks messy, doesn't it? Looks like I've been.
Are you gonna tell us a story? You can't show things like that and not tell stories.
Oh,
it looks pretty bad.
Oh, you did something stupid and you don't want to tell everybody. See, I have a BS meter and it just pinged, dude. My BS meter was pinging right now. I knew you. That's what it is. You don't want to tell. See, I'll tell my stupid. Matter of fact, when I do stupid shit, I will go find the nearest person and go, dude, did you just see that? No, I didn't
No,
see it.
no,
Like,
no, no.
oh, look, let me tell you what I
No.
did. This was really stupid. I love laughing at my stupid shit.
Actually, that is quite a hilarious story, but it's a bit long-winded. But the things that you saw, it truly is funny. I laugh about it now.
I'll be right
I
back.
broke my shoulder.
All right.
I broke my fucking shoulder. But no, there was no gash. It was a tiny little scratch in my head.
Yeah, well, that's all
Um,
it takes. Facial, your head's so full of veins, it bleeds like crazy.
It had been bleeding for a long time, so it gathered in my stupid eyebrow and looked a lot worse than it was.
Arteries, veins, whatever. Yeah.
I was very concussed, shall we say. Also, I was shit-faced, but yeah.
See, there you go. You have an excuse. I didn't even have one. It's like Maya said. It would have been a really better story if I would have said, man, I was so drunk. And this is what happened. I actually had taken 2 sips out of a beer before I went to the bathroom and then passed out coming back. 2 sips. So, I mean, I was a drinker back then. That was nothing.
The fun thing about that, so, I mean, it was truly hilarious. I can laugh about, when you make a dick of yourself, I can laugh. I still laugh.
Yes, Richard. A YouTube event where all participants must leave exposed all scars but their episiotomy and circumcision scars and other such. Yeah, because we don't want to see those. No, they've got to be like,
Well, if they're really spectacular scars, maybe we want to see them.
I mean, I have a scar on the side of my boob, but I'm not going to share that on YouTube because I had a biopsy done back in 2008 because they thought I had breast cancer. That was fun. I didn't. So
The funniest
knock on
thing,
real wood.
the funniest thing about that injury, which I'm really proud of, because let's just say I was slightly not sober, and
Oh, okay.
and that photograph is actually in the town centre where I live. And I went into a little bus station to sit down because I wasn't feeling okay. And I
Right.
sat down. I could feel blood dripping on my trousers. And I thought, oh, this is not good. Got the phone out, had a look at myself. Whoa, hence the photograph. I then had to work out how to get home. But for some bizarre reason, alcohol, I thought I was in a different town than I actually was. And so I phoned a taxi company from a different town to come and collect me. And he kept phoning me and saying, where are you? And I said, I'm here. I'm outside. I'm driving around in circles. I can't see you. No, I'm here outside. He's driving around a bus station in a different fucking town. I'm stood at the bus station thinking, this is going really wrong. Where's my taxi? I'm bleeding.
I just want to go home.
I just want to go fucking home. Where's my taxi?
See, you guys over there, like you freaking UK people and Irish and all that. Man, you guys know how to put away some alcohol and do some stupid shit. I can tell you.
Yeah, but it's
Oh, actually, we're really good at that too, because America. But we just think yours is funnier because you have accents with it.
I'm just laughing at the fact that the cut was like so minuscule. It's like this tiny little cut, but the
Dude,
blood just coagulated all over him.
That's
yeah, I just
exactly
stuck
what
in his
happened.
eyebrow. It's the
Yeah,
best
and
eyebrow that Stool's ever had.
It gathered and pooled and then dripped, so it felt really bad because there was blood pouring on my jeans. But the cut was like less than a centimetre. It was teeny weeny, nothing bad whatsoever. But the even funner thing is when I realised where I was, because I'm stood there waiting for my taxi, and I looked to my right and saw a kind of a landmark thing that is in the correct town where I live. And I thought, oh shit, I'm in the wrong fucking town. So I started walking home, and it took.
Wait, did you just say shit? I'm in the wrong town.
Yeah, because
Cool. Go ahead.
no, I was actually in the right town.
Oh shit! I don't live here.
No,
I live in
I
this
was
town.
I was in the right town, but I thought I was in a different town, and it all
Oh.
went weird. But so I started walking home, and that journey should take on foot about half an hour. I think it took about 3 hours. And
Oh wow.
have you ever done that thing where you fall down and you can't get up, and you're like a turtle on its back?
Not
Yeah,
recently.
that's called near alcohol poisoning. That's what that shit is.
Yeah.
When you drink that much that you can't even flip over anymore, I think
No,
you might want to cut back.
No. You're putting words in my mouth here. What I didn't realize at the time was, before I did the bus station thing, I'd broken my shoulder. So when I didn't know.
What?
So when I fell down, I literally couldn't stand up because, ouch, you can't
You
do
got
much when
broken
you've broken your shoulder.
Oh, my.
Oh, Tobin, welcome. And yes, Marty, I have seen some
was terrible.
crazy shit happen from dog fights. It is not a good idea. The best thing to do is spray them down with water and hope that stops them. Like you can't, our flesh is not tough enough to handle what they can do to each other and barely scratch each other. So yeah, don't do that.
Just to give you some kind of indication of how hard I am, that's not a euphemism. The day after, I walked to the hospital, which is just not far away. And the two lovely nurses in the X-ray thingy spent half an hour making me do the most painful pauses you could imagine. And they kept, they stand, no, even worse than that. Worse than that. I mean, I thought they would.
It's all I got, man. I can't do any more than that.
Like this,
I was looking for the hidden cameras, but I thought they're taking the piss out of me here. Why do I have to bend down for this? It's my shoulder. And they were stood behind their magic don't kill us with the X-rays
shield
material.
Yeah, we don't want the radiation shield, right?
They leave the room, right?
And there were two of them, and they kept looking at the screen and talking to each other. And I'm thinking, shit, this is bad. What are they talking about?
Got an extra
what have I done here? And so I finally.
What did it look like? A stool in the X-ray?
that thing took about 45 minutes. Honestly, they had me holding on to things.
The fuck up, right? Oh, look! That's what he got his name. Looks like a stool. His shoulder looks like a stool. I think if your shoulder
thought it was an audition for a porno.
They're like, come here, look.
Hold this, bend over, put your arm up, lift your leg. It was weird. So when I went back into the doctor place, he's got my X-ray on his screen and I can't see it.
Right.
And he says, okay, you've broken your shoulder. By the way, have you ever broken your arm before? I said, no. He said, yeah, you have. The fucking big fracture in my arm from about 2 years previously, which I lived through.
I didn't even know it.
So really, what the audience and we all want to know, Stool, is have you cut back on your drinking? Because we think that might be an issue. We're concerned. All of us.
I'd actually broken halfway between my elbow and my shoulder. There's a fracture, which you can see very clearly on the X-ray. But at the time it happened, I thought it was just a muscle thing.
Yeah.
I had no idea that I'd broken my arm.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, that's cool.
How did you? Oh, my God. That's a big bone up there.
That's what she said.
Wow.
Oh, my God. Don't you start with me with that shit. I will kick you out of you. Behave, young man.
You're going to kick him.
Welcome back, Khalil.
What's going on?
So Richard told me that means friend.
So Khalil Allah, which it just means friend of God.
Friend of God, right?
Which was I think ironic, going from a staunch atheist YouTuber to a friend of God.
So I have a question. How do you okay, I'm gonna be Muslim, but how do you get a name?
I just basically picked it out, and you really don't need to do that. I don't need to wear this. I just basically was turning over a new leaf of my life.
And thought you just immerse yourself 100%.
I'm like, well, I'm gonna make a change. I'm trying to, make a different face for myself, because everybody's going to see me wearing the, the flat bill hats and all that stuff when I was an atheist. Like that was my thing. That was my niche. Everybody knew that I was going to wear a flat bill hat or the red hat that said "Make America Secular Again." Like I always wore a hat, and that was kind of my thing. So now transferring over to Islam, I was like, well, it just seems, traditional to start wearing kufis. And that's what I just wear on a day-to-day basis. Even at my job, I'll wear a kufi all day long. Now I've been kind of putting that to the test because I've been waiting to see, within America, as the white man who's never really understood what it is to be looked upon in a specific way. I'm starting to notice like the looks that I get, even people's houses that I go into, because I do HVAC. So I'll be wearing this, and sometimes the people that I've gone to their house 5 times already that loved me before are kind of like,
really?
Is there a bomb in his backpack? Like you could see that's what they're like. That you could see that's what they're like.
Holy crap! What's funny is. Go ahead, finish that. I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying that, these are the things that, I even thought of before I knew a lot about Islam. Is you see the woman in the
I want a free
grocery
hat
store with a hijab that I automatically was like, I don't know if I'm too comfortable right now. And I think that was just like the world that we've started to grow up in. And, that we've gotten used to the news and what we've learned from the news, like the certain stereotypes of cultures. So I've actually started to feel that, people looking at me like I feel like I'm walking around. The best way that I can put it is that I just freshly pissed my pants and I'm just walking around, and people are kind of looking at me like, what's going on over there?
I want to say one thing. Okay. So, well, this is what I want to say, Khalil. I want to tell you that's what happened to me in 2001 when I came out for years.
Yeah.
Years. People thought it was like in the air, or I was gonna breathe close to them and they were gonna be gay. You know. So now you're getting what it's like to be gay. Before it was cool.
I guess so, yeah. I mean,
because that's really what it is. It's the same thing with like a Hispanic or a black person walking to an all redneck bar.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
you're gonna get looks. We don't know you. We don't trust you. You don't look like us.
I will say I don't think that I got it on the same level as people when they come out. I don't think that I don't even want to equate myself, the feeling that I get.
But this is modern times.
I get the idea.
Shit's changed. Yeah. You have an idea of is what I meant. Right. Oh, no. That's like me saying, oh, I know what it's like to be gay, so I know what black people went through. No, I don't fucking know.
Yeah.
I have a damn good idea. I have a damn good idea from what's happened to me and from friends I've known and stories I've heard. And yeah, exactly, Maya. Thank you. Yes, Maya. Try being black. It's exactly where I was going. See, her and I are like this. And so I can say that I understand walking in a store and people stare at you. I remember going into a Best Buy when I was a truck driver and I was dressed like a truck driver. And I went in there and they were kind of looking at me funny. And I tried to ask questions and they were all busy. And this is back when they were on commission, by the way. And so I got frustrated and I took this wad of cash out of my pocket because I was making really good money back then. And I took this big wad of cash. And it was all 20s and 100s on my pocket and said, I was about to spend this. You fucked up. You need to quit judging a book by its cover. And the guy just looked at me and his eyes got really big looking at the money. And I put it in my pocket and I walked out. And I got back in my truck and drove a few states over and went to a different Best Buy. And I walked in there. And because I was white and redneck looking, they treated me great.
Yeah.
So it's really, we're all products of our environment. We're all products of how we were raised. Richard and I's father, he was very prejudiced. All of his family was. He thought he wasn't. But he told jokes that were inappropriate. And he made fun of people and was inappropriate and said if you weren't rich and white, that you were white trash / the N-word. Like that's how he thought, because that's how he was raised. And there was my mother on the other side going, no, you love everybody. And it doesn't matter what skin color they are because we all bleed red. And we were like, oh, first, like I've told the story before. The first time I remember ever seeing a black person in my life, I was 6 years old. We went to church and a black family came in. And I didn't see them at first. They were in the back of the church, you know, behind us because they came in a little late. And that's all the pews that were left open. And so we got done with church and we went to go out. Everybody's talking to each other. You know, it always takes 20, 30 minutes to get out the front door of any church. And then there's another hour in the lawn. So my mom started talking to him and I went, Mom, and I tugged her sleeve and she said, later. And I said, yes, ma'am. And I shut up and we got out to the car and I said, Mom, I've never seen anybody. Why was their skin so dark? And she said, well, they come from a place where it makes their skin dark. They're in a very sunny, hot place and it's to protect them. Okay. That was it. We were done.
That's awesome. Yeah.
All we knew was they were a different color because they were raised in a different environment. That's all I needed to know, you know? And there was my dad a couple years later telling me my friends were white N-words, you know, because they weren't rich and didn't have a bunch of money. And I told my father at the age of 12 years old to fuck off and leave my friends alone. And I walked away with my friends because I knew at 12 who the better people were. And it was my dad wasn't the one on the list. So yeah, it's just crazy. And I have one more quick story I want to tell and I'll let you guys talk. I had a friend back in 2004. I had 3 friends actually from this Sherwin-Williams I used to go to. I had a painting company and I frequented this one Sherwin-Williams because all my work was in that area. And we lived close by to it. And I got to be really good friends with these guys. And it was Ed and Matthew and Daniel. And they were just these amazing people. They were just the coolest guys. I used to buy weed off of them. They stored it in the back room of the Sherwin-Williams, you know. They had like a little scheme going on there trying to make some money because they weren't making jack shit working at Sherwin-Williams. And we became really good friends. And Daniel used to come over and smoke with me sometimes. And we had a discussion. I said, man, what is your take on it? And he said, well, take on what? And I said, well, I mean, you understand people being prejudiced against you. You're a black guy, you know? And I said, and I like, it just kills me that people treat me like this because I'm gay. Like, who the fuck cares? You know, I don't care that you're black. Why does anybody care that I'm gay? It doesn't affect them. If you don't like a gay, don't marry one, you know, don't date one. So he said to me, he said, well, you know, over time, we have gone through stages. You know, nobody liked the black people, and then nobody liked the Jewish people. And then during that, people still didn't like black people. And he said, and people don't like gay people. And he said, eventually, somebody's just going to find somebody else to hate. Right now, you're the new N-word on the block. But he used a full word, which I will not do because on my stream. I would do it in person if I knew the people, but I'm not going to say that on my stream. Because he said that. And I said, can I quote you? And he said, absolutely. He said, from a black man's position, I give you permission to tell that story just like that, with that word. And I said, thanks, man. And now here we are later, you know, years later, and actually a few years ago. And I said, oh, now everybody's going to start hating the Muslims. And that's when it all started. Everybody started hating Muslims. You know what? It wasn't so bad to be gay anymore. So what's going to happen next is they're going to find somebody new to hate, and nobody's going to care that you're Muslim. That's what's going to happen. They're going to find there's going to be some new N-word on the block. And right now it's just you guys. It'll phase out. Just give it time. It'll phase out. But you know, the fucked up thing is all this stuff phases out, but yet people still hate black people. And I don't fucking even understand that. Like they can't grow out of that. They can grow past everything else. They don't care if you're Semitic. You don't care if you're Muslim, but we still hate black people. I don't even understand. So anyways, that's my story. I'm done.
Well,
Yeah.
People have no idea how exhilarating it is to not give a shit what other people do if their actions aren't affecting you. Yes. Yeah. My give a damn is busted. I don't care what people do. Don't hurt people. Don't hurt children. Don't hurt your family. Don't hurt strangers. Just don't hurt anybody. If you want to go in your house and smoke crack and it doesn't hurt anybody else, go ahead. I don't give a fuck. That's on you, man. I don't give a shit what you do. Don't hurt others. That's all. That's all I'm asking.
well, beliefs, like they say, inform actions, you know, and if you have beliefs that aren't exactly great, you know,
Right.
you're gonna do, your actions aren't gonna be perceived as great. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
So,
Yeah.
but that goes
it's-
that goes with any religion or any kind of way of thinking.
Ideology, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I mean, if you
Yes.
look back,
Yes, Tobin,
like-
that's how it happened. And I think that
Yeah,
was
right.
they misspelled. They left the D off the end. It was supposed to be
Stoned
stoned age. Yeah.
yeah.
Go ahead,
Funny.
go ahead,
That's
Khalil.
funny. Yeah. So like, if you look at like history and whatnot, and how classical liberalism came, it ended up, creating the ability to have things like systemic racism, like and the superiority based on race, based on skin color. And I'm not saying that, I'm for Sharia law or anything like that, because it's better to be based on beliefs, superiority to be based on belief. I'm still for, people being equal, because you do have basic human rights that everybody should have, regardless of what you believe or what color your skin is. And I think we need to get back to, roots that predate any type of like ideology that has gained some type of leeway to try and be a force of power in the world. Just get back to our, fundamental naturalistic roots, and just get to the, when you watch Independence Day and you see that humanity came together to work together to try and solve an issue. Well, let's
Right.
do it before the aliens show up.
No, dude. We gotta wait till the last minute when everything's shit and we're all desperate, and then all of a sudden the black guy and the Jew and the Hispanic dude are not so bad, because they're gonna be there fucking saving some dumb Karen's ass, and then she'll realize. And then when it's all over with and everything's calmed down and everything's rebuilt and she doesn't need him anymore, she's gonna hate him again because she's Karen. Because that's exactly what happens.
That's a cliche, though, right? Isn't it?
What's that?
Isn't that a cliche? What you're
Well,
describing?
I mean, it's honestly, it's what happens. Almost every day that shit happens. It's sad, but it's true. I mean, yeah, I cliched it hard, but yeah, I mean, the basis of it is the truth. Question for you, Khalil. What I don't get is, if Justin was atheist, didn't believe in God, then how does he go to Islam? They follow the same God, quote unquote. So what do you, how did you get to becoming a Muslim after being an atheist, I guess is basically what he's asking.
Okay. Yeah. So there's a couple different episodes to where I go super in depth with this. So I'll try and keep it summarized as to not hijack the conversation. But if you
if you want to throw any links in the side chat, I can throw them
Yeah,
down.
sure.
I'll throw them
Yeah.
down in the chat for the guys.
Okay. I'll put it in I'll put a couple links in the private chat. But basically, I have been studying philosophy. Philosophy has been, my best friend for like the last year.
Right.
I used to be like hardcore empiricist. I need physical evidence right in front of my face. Prove it to me.
Oh, that's me, baby.
Demonstrable. Yeah. I used to be that way. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I'm just saying that eventually didn't work for me. I found out that, I had to assume that other minds exist. I don't have any empirical evidence of other minds existing, because anything that's empirical would be based on experience. Our observations and experiences are based on us experiencing that. And if it could be a figment of our imagination, our experiences could, then any amount of observable, testable, predictable evidence could still be, a figment of our imagination. So basically, I put my epistemology together, which is kind of the conversation that I was having with Shane the Skeptic tonight. We had a really good conversation. I think we agreed on more than we disagreed.
Right.
But after doing that, I went into the philosophical arguments for hi Simon, philosophical arguments. So I started with the Kalam cosmological argument. Everything that begins to exist has a cause. The universe began to exist. Now, I believe right there, you don't just assume that. There's a whole other argument that goes to show that the universe could not possibly be infinite. So once you're there, then if you accept those 2 points, the conclusion is that the universe had a cause for its existence. Now, when William Lane Craig ends it with, and we call this thing God, I think he's totally wrong. You just skipped so many steps and just was like, bam, put the God stamp on it. That you're not going to convince anybody that way. You're not going to you're going to be like, okay, so I see you just said this was God, even though it could be, for example, Matt Dillahunty uses, universe farting pixies. Like you could put universe fart, and we call this universe farting pixies. Like you could
Right.
do
Yeah.
that. So hold on,
Yeah.
WLC. Like we need more conversation before we get to what you just put into the end of that. So
Right.
you basically end the kalam at the universe had a cause for its existence. There's plenty of philosophers, atheist philosophers like Graham Oppie, that believe in a necessary being or necessary existence, something that's fundamental that couldn't have been another way. That is the causal principle for all existence that we see existing. All
Right.
existence that exists, there's a causal principle that started that caused
Wasn't
that.
that a fallacy? The cause when you say it couldn't have been caused in any other way.
So I wouldn't say that the causal principle was caused.
No, I'm just saying something. There is no other explanation for something is a fallacy in itself.
No, so I'm just basically going off of what the definition of something that's necessary within if you go to Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, necessary means that it couldn't be any other way. So a necessary existence is something that had to be that way. It couldn't be any other way.
Right.
Us humans, we don't like infinite regressions. Although we cannot prove that infinite regressions are not real.
Well, you didn't have to add as humans or us humans, because that's all we. What else is there?
Yeah, the intelligent,
Well, I don't know.
the people with the beings with intelligent thought. Us.
But I see what you're
Well,
saying.
I mean, have we ruled out other intelligent extraterrestrial life out in the cosmos?
See, here's the thing about that.
Not me.
Do I believe in aliens? I don't know.
I haven't ruled
But
that
I
out.
have no proof saying there is no intelligent life out there. How
Yeah.
fucking egotistical of people to say that. We think that we're the most intelligent thing
Can't say that.
at all. No, bullshit.
I mean,
I
you
don't
can
believe
say-
I don't believe we're the only ones with any kind of what am I looking for? Thought.
Intelligence,
Intelligent thought. I don't believe that.
consciousness.
Yeah, thank you, consciousness.
Yeah.
That's
Could be.
hard for me to believe because personally I have no way to disprove it.
Yeah, so that's why I tried to be
It's
careful with what I said,
unfalsifiable.
and I said us humans because I
Right.
don't want to rule out another intelligent species
Fair
of
enough.
whatever may exist out in the cosmos. I don't want
Fair
to rule
enough.
that out.
Carry on.
So, and I may have a lot of Muslims that might be upset with me on that, be like, oh, well, it doesn't say in the Quran that there could be, well, it doesn't say that there couldn't. Like, I mean, you could go
Well,
either
yeah.
way. With it.
Not
and you guys-
not any book out there covers everything. It would be this thick and 6 feet by 8 feet. And
Yeah.
it would take you your entire life to try to read it. It's just
Yeah.
you can't cover everything, right?
But you guys, the Muslims don't follow. They don't use a 10 Commandment rules or anything. They don't have anything like that, right? Do you guys have?
So there are specific rules, like commandments, on how to, one, for example, how to treat women, for example, prostration or prayer. There are things that are obligatory.
Are there any equivalents? Like say, like the first commandment is "Thou shalt not have any gods before me" or something like that for the Christians. That's
Yes.
the first.
So from what I understand is that within Islam, we do accept a lot of the Torah and the Injil, which is the words of the gospel, as in the words of Jesus Christ for the most part. So we accept that there have been parts of the Bible that we believe that the Christians have twisted to meet their power needs.
Well,
on
the
trying
Mormons,
to,
the Mormons
you
say the same thing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think the Mormons say the same thing. I find there to be a lot internally inconsistent within the Mormons, and that's kind of what led me down the path.
I find inconsistency in anything I see or read that's religion.
Well,
based.
yes,
I always,
yes,
but there's inconsistencies everywhere, and
But
that's
there's
the thing, and that's
there's
why
in-
I kind of claim to be more of an agnostic, because although I don't believe in
Mhm.
God, I can't disprove it either.
Right, but the Mormons
So,
the
don't
Mormons
know.
say the Bible is corrupt, the Christian Bible is corrupt, and then you ask them to point out the corrupt passages or scriptures, and they can't.
Yeah.
That's a problem. And same thing goes for Islam with the claims of the corruptness
Corruption?
of the Bible.
Oh no, the resurrection, that's corrupt.
Well, I
I
don't know.
completely
Yeah.
reject the crucifixion and resurrection in Jesus Christ.
Well, that doesn't make it corrupt just because you reject it. That's what I'm saying. You know,
Oh, no. So there's a lot more conversation that
so
goes into that.
it's not just corrupt because you say it is, right?
Exactly. I can show the internal.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but
He's talking about based on an internal critique, though, Sam.
yes, exactly. So through an internal critique, there are issues with the Trinity, the Incarnation, and the Atonement. And if some people like Eastern Orthodox or Catholics believe in ultimate divine simplicity, there's the internal contradictions within all of those. So if they want to say that it's not a problem, then they would have to say that their God has allowed true contradictions to actually exist.
Well,
I
then,
believe my God is
then-
bound by logic and reason.
right,
But,
then,
just to be clear, horses have wings. Yeah, you're fine with that.
Through an internal critique, yes, horses can have wings.
Okay.
There's nothing internally contradictory about that. It seems crazy, but through an internal critique, which Richard loves doing internal critiques.
Oh
Yeah.
yes, he tries to prove everything wrong and then proves things right by proving things.
In every stream that I've been on that I've talked about my conversion with, I openly put out there for anybody to bring me internal contradiction, a logical contradiction with Islam through an internal critique. I haven't received any messages from anybody yet.
well, then you have to write down internal critique within the internal critique of my own.
No.
Of
So
my own.
if you sit down
within-
with me and be like, what do
within
you
a
believe
written-
about this?
Right.
So
right.
if
So
I
I'd
bring
have
you
to-
two different points, and they are mutually exclusive to each other, that would be a contradiction. Like if I was to say that God is eternal, but could also choose to cease to exist. If I said I believed both of those things, that would be an internal contradiction within my worldview.
So that
Because an
so you can
eternal
do
being
that.
couldn't die.
So you can do that with other things that you find that are true to you. Can you do that with other things?
That I find true to me? No, I reject it if it does that. And that's why I've rejected all other
No, I'm saying
beliefs.
the way you've come to believe in what you believe now, can you use that same methodology to believe in other things?
As long as they're not internally contradictory, I assume.
Okay, so what other thing have you used that methodology to believe in? What other thing?
Anything in my life. My mother is not my mother. My mother can't be my mother and not my mother at the same time.
Theo says the whole God makes imperfect beings to be
I don't
judged
get
is
that.
pretty illogical.
So your mother.
Perfect.
So,
Yeah. So what's the
So you
logical
use that
contradiction with
methodology to know. You use that methodology to understand that your mother is real. Is that what you just said to me?
Any claim within our reality
Right.
holds to one of the three classical laws.
So
of
the
logic.
color, like colors, like red, blue, green, orange, yellow, purple. You can use your methodology to come to the understanding that those things exist and are real.
That those things exist and are real. No, it's that they're reasonable to believe. Now that's just one portion of the critique.
They're
itself.
reasonable to believe that they're real. They exist.
It's reasonable to believe
So
that they
you
exist,
use
yeah.
the same methodology to understand color. Is that what you just said?
Oh,
Sure.
shit.
Red is not red and
That's
green.
all I'm
simultaneously.
trying to find out.
I'm
Okay.
sorry, brother. I didn't know. You should have private chatted me or something. Thank you for coming
Peace.
in.
Peace and respect, everybody. I was there like 3 seconds, sweetie.
Oh,
Do
okay,
you
good.
get what I'm
good.
trying to say? Do you get what I'm trying to say, though? What I'm asking?
I think I do, but I still don't understand
Because I don't see
the
the methodology that you
I
use.
think Gio's saying because you can look at it and know that colors are real, which actually kind of real because it's just how our eyes perceive them.
It's interesting, Gio. You
Sky
picked
isn't really blue.
something. You picked something very experiential, and the experience of the thing that you picked is different from the thing itself. Just like your perception of green, a certain shade of green is not exactly my perception of the shade of green because our rods and cones are slightly different. And you really found something that didn't
Yeah, but
apply.
I use the same methodology you used to get to the color green.
Yeah. To get to the
Right.
color green, we both
So-
use the same
so-
methodology, right?
Khalil is saying he uses another method other than the method we're using.
No, that's not what
Right.
he's saying. No. When
Okay.
it comes to perceiving green, he's using the
Well,
same
then,
method,
then you haven't yet demonstrated a method to
right?
how you can distinguish green from brown or blue from
Right.
red.
It's just,
Give me just a second. I don't.
you know, I
hear
love
you.
you, but it's just a little bit off topic to bring up things like green and love and math and information.
Well, it has to do with the things we perceive and know to be real.
Right.
And things that
he's talking
you
about that, yeah.
you perceive the same way I do.
Right.
And use the same methodology to come to
Right.
an agreement that red is red and green is green, love is love and blue is blue. Right?
Mhm.
Now, is there another methodology? Yeah, there's someone else here claiming there's another methodology. And it's
Uh-huh.
Khalil. It's
Uh-huh.
Khalil.
Uh-huh.
And I want to know what's the methodology and how would
Okay,
he
so-
use it to come to his
Okay.
realization that things are true.
Okay. Do you think logic is a thing?
Yeah, but you can't, you can logic your way to believe anything, can't you?
Actually, fundamentally, you're right that logic is all either. What are the three ways? It's circular reasoning.
So
It's-
you're an
it's
elephant.
presupposition.
Then you're an elephant.
Wait,
Right.
wait, Sam. Let
There
him
we go.
finish. Let him
Okay.
finish. Everybody
You're
take
an
turns.
elephant.
Logic. In fact, all of our experience in epistemology is flawed fundamentally at some deep level. All of it is. Everything is either circular reasoning or it's presuppositional. You just assume it's true because you have to, and you have no choice. What's the third one, Justin?
So
I
you
can't
have
remember the other flaw.
presupposition, circularity, and
Was it
Paradoxical.
inference? I thought it was inference.
No, it can't be paradoxical. No, inference is a way that you know something. More fundamental even more fundamental than that. Like, say, for instance, your car is your car. Okay. Your car cannot be your bicycle, and your bicycle cannot be your car. Okay. The car is exactly the car and nothing else. That's identity.
No,
You
but my
agree that your car
my
is your
could-
car.
but my car could be an elephant.
No, your car cannot be an elephant.
Yes, it can.
How
Not
could your
logical.
car be an elephant?
Well, if
Infinite regress. Thank you. That was
if
it.
all elephants are awesome,
Oh, yeah, okay.
if all elephants are awesome and my car is awesome, that makes my car an elephant.
That's the excluded middle. That's the third law.
Well,
the law of
that's what I'm
excluded-
talking about. What logic can do for you.
Okay. Hold
That
on.
has nothing
So,
to do with the truth of the statement I just said, right?
because some things
And I
overlap,
just
doesn't
wait,
make
but
them
I
the
just
same thing.
I just used logic to come to that conclusion, right?
Yeah, it was just flawed logic.
Yeah, exactly. It wasn't.
Okay, so
it
you
wasn't
can use
sound.
flawed logic to get to anything, but if you use proper
Right.
logic, you can't just get to anything.
Right.
No, it has to be sound.
Right,
Exactly,
right. Okay,
yeah.
so he's claiming he has sound logic to get to where he got. Now investigate that.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm asking. What's the
what I would say,
methodology?
we could just simply start
What's
off
the
with
method? I already asked the question. What's the methodology you're using to tell that things are true?
So one thing he gave you is it's internally consistent. That's coherency. Okay. So coherency means it makes sense within itself.
Right.
Is that what?
Okay,
Is
so
that what
it
Justin's
doesn't.
using?
That's
Or is
that's
that what
only
you're
one
using?
thing.
Is
that's
that what
only
you're
one
using,
thing.
Khalil?
That's what an internal critique is
Okay. All right.
looking for coherency within.
But I have
a given
no
model.
need. I have no need for an internal critique to know what's real in the world.
Oh, I can show you that you definitely use this all the time in your everyday life.
Yes.
Everyone does. You have to.
I don't.
Did
I
you
don't,
did you
no.
figure out if you
No.
were putting on your headphones and not your headphones simultaneously?
No, I didn't think about it. No.
No, you
Oh.
automatically just reasoned that you're putting on headphones.
Yeah, but there was no thought about it. I didn't sit
What do you
down
mean
with a
there's
piece
no
of
thought?
paper.
Are you
I
saying
didn't
they
sit down. Wait, I
accidentally?
didn't sit down with a piece of paper and write out a syllogism to put my headphones on.
No,
Right,
I
you
never
didn't
said
need
you had
to.
to do that.
I didn't need to do that.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think you needed to do that either. But you
No,
needed
no.
a
So I
reason.
didn't think about it, Khalil.
So either you reasoned to put your headphones on, or they accidentally fell on your head.
Well, there was no reason involved.
Wait, you weren't going on a live stream?
Just because what they're saying is just because you didn't nitpick it apart doesn't mean it wasn't reason. You going on a live stream.
There was a
you put your
reason
headphones on.
behind it. There was a reason behind it. Yeah.
Right.
Ultimately,
Like you don't want
yeah.
to put echo on somebody else's stream, so you put on a set of headphones. You reasoned it out.
Right.
No. That was
So
done
it's-
pre.
Just because you didn't have to think long and
that
hard
was
about it
done
doesn't mean you didn't do it automatically.
beforehand. That was done beforehand because it's
Okay,
already,
so it's sometime in the past you established a rule.
It's knowledge that everyone knows.
Right. So
It's
sometimes in the
pre-
past you established a rule that if you go on someone
I didn't
else's
have to
stream,
think
you don't
about
want
it.
to.
I
You
didn't have
never
to
thought
reason.
about it.
I didn't have to reason my way into wearing headphones. No,
You're saying you never thought about it?
I did at first.
That's
Well,
what
that's
he's
what I
saying.
said.
When you first started
reasoning.
doing it,
Yeah, but
you
I
thought
don't do
about
it
it.
every
Okay,
time.
I need to wear headphones.
I don't sit
Hold on.
and think about it every time I put on my
No
headphones.
one suggested
No,
you have to,
because
Sam.
because
Well,
now
that's
you
what I'm
don't have
telling
to.
you. That's what I'm
You already
saying.
know the answer.
No,
That's
wait.
what I'm
You came
saying.
up with a law. You came up with a law.
I
What-
ultimately reasoned. I do not do that every single time I put on
No,
my
you
headphones.
have on everything.
No, I haven't.
The smallest things you have
You
done.
can't prove it, and I can't say I can't.
How many
prove I
examples do
didn't.
you want?
I told you I don't. Listen, I just put the headphones on. I don't think about.
No, there was a
reason.
reason why you did. No, you established a law. You said, okay, no headphone causes echo. I'm
Yeah,
going to
so
use
we
headphones.
can logic this. We can logic this all day long.
Okay.
Right? You're going to sit here and logic this?
Well,
what
that's
we
Yeah,
the
said.
sure.
topic.
Why is that a bad
So,
thing?
yeah, that's
To even
you were the one that
I have
made
no-
it.
coherent.
I didn't
But
need
here-
logic.
here's
I
the
didn't need
thing.
logic to put my headphones on.
Yes, you
It's not.
did.
Do you
No, I didn't.
hold on? Let me ask him a question. Geo Sam, do you think you need logic and reasoning to have empirical evidence?
Oh,
Sure.
definitely.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
You believe
so do
empirical
have
evidence
empirical
exists?
Evidence that headphones are on your head right now.
Sure.
So you logicked to
I won't
reason
deny it.
that you have headphones on your head.
I won't deny it. I can't deny
So
it.
their logic to even think a coherent thought or speak a coherent sentence, even incoherent, requires logic and reason.
Right. So
Like
what?
newborn babies coming out of the womb.
I did it
they
because
philosophize.
it's a natural reaction when I come on to a live stream to put on the headphones. It's like if someone who's trained in self-defense, if they don't think, they don't logically know that they're going to get hit and then they go and block it. No, it's done out of instinct. It's almost like not thinking.
Wait,
Where's
is there
the
such
logic
thing
in
as
that?
training in martial arts? Why
Where's
is there
the
training
logic?
in martial arts?
Actually, it starts out by a lot of thinking because you have to train
So
your
logic.
body to automatically do it. So you
there's a
start
logic.
out
So there's a logic.
still training
in,
yourself.
There's a logic in that immediate reaction.
No, you don't have time for logic in a fight.
No, do you think I have
No, but
time
that's
to
after
think
you're
about
fully
the logic
trained.
of me putting headphones on? No, I just put them on. I don't think about it.
No, you already admitted that originally you did think about it.
Yes, it becomes a habit, but the point is at one time you made the decision to do that. You thought about it. Hey, I'm going on a live stream.
Right.
The last time I was on one, there was an
So-
echo.
so
I'm
does
going to
that
put on
mean-
my headphones
does
and we
that
don't
mean
have to worry about
every
that
single
anymore.
time
Now
I
it's
put
a
on my
habit.
headphones, I'm engaging in this thought process with myself.
No one said that. You're the only one that ever said
Well,
that.
then
Sam.
I don't see the need for any of this.
Okay.
Any of it.
Okay.
None of it.
Well, we're getting
It's
really far
unnecessary.
off the
It's
topic here.
unnecessary.
But
It's all
no,
unnecessary, man.
Sam, what happened was you're getting upset. What happened was you created a law based on logic and you follow the law.
No, I didn't create anything.
You did not. You never decided to wear headphones from that moment forward. You never made that decision. Of course you did.
I'm
Everyone
sitting
does.
here
That's
with
what he's saying,
headphones
is
on.
at
You see them on
some
my head,
point
right?
you made that decision.
Do I have to explain how they got there?
You already have explained how they got there.
Well, then why are you questioning that? What's the big
That's
deal?
the
I
law
told you
that
I
he
didn't
goes-
use
you-
reasoning. I
you-
just put them on my head.
You
Okay,
made
I
a
made an
law
assertion.
within your own house that when you get on a live stream, it's a law that you put on your headphones because it doesn't work if you don't.
It's a logical law. It's a good law, by the way.
Yeah.
Good decision making. That's awesome.
it's just a ridiculous way of thinking. I don't do
No,
that
it's
every
just
time I
breaking
put my
down how we
headphones on.
operate. All I'm doing is breaking down how we actually operate in
And
real
what good
life.
is it going to do in the long run? What am I
It
learning?
shows that people use logic all the time.
Yeah, but
the
I don't know.
fundamental
It's
way-
not all
the
the time.
fundamental. It's the
Not all
fundamental
the
way
time.
how we differentiate imagination from reality.
Not all.
Okay,
the
hold
time.
on. Let me try this a different way. Let's try this a different way. Okay. Let's say you have to go to the doctor's office. And so you think about how you're going to go there. Now, you know that if you go this way, there's lots of traffic. But if you go around to the right, maybe 2 miles longer, you're going to get there faster. So it's logical for you to say, hey, I'm going to go this way because it's the better way. You use it all the time.
Yep.
You just, like Richard and Khalil said, you don't realize you're using it, but you're using logic and reason. Why in the world would anybody say, hey, this is the bad way to go, I'm going to go that way? People don't do that unless you just don't give a shit. But
So
if you think about
just-
it and you use logic and reason to think, hey, this is the better way to go, there's less traffic, I'm going to save time, I'm going to save gas, blah, 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 you're going to go that way. Just like you might put you're going home from work and you need to get gas, so you're in your head going, well, I'm going to go to this gas station because it's got better prices, and it's kind of on the way home and it only takes me out of my way 5 minutes. You're still using logic and reason. You do it all the time. Every
This is
decision
all-
you make, everything
This is
you think
all
about.
wonderful. This is all wonderful and like really unnecessarily. It's just
Definitive.
unnecessary. It's just unnecessary. It's a really silly fucking thing. So, now that Richard's here, logically thinking, do we still think that horses have wings? Let's do the headphones with the horses.
Yeah, sure,
Okay,
sure. Through an
Can
internal
horses
critique,
have
Richard,
wings?
Can horses have wings?
No, I didn't say I didn't say that. I didn't
Oh,
said
say
do
do
horses
they?
have wings?
I did not say can horses have wings. I said
Okay.
do horses have
Do.
wings?
I've
Have they
never
ever
seen a
had
horse
wings?
with wings. I've never seen
Neither
a
have I.
horse with wings.
Yeah, me
Is there
neither.
something logically impossible about a horse
No, no,
having
no, no,
wings?
no, 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 no. We don't need to do all that crap.
But we do. That's the
Why?
point.
No, we really don't, because you know, if you're being honest, that horses don't have wings. Now you can
Are
sit
there
there
ma-
and
So
you can
The only way I
sit
can
there and
say-
say, "Have I ever seen a horse's
I-
wing?" No, I haven't.
I-
Therefore, blah de blah. But you know deep down that horses don't have wings.
Milking stool. Milking stool. How much percentage of the universe have you personally surveyed?
I don't give a crap
What
about
percentage
that.
would that
Do
be?
ho- I don't give a crap. Do
percentage
horses
is
have
that?
wings? Do
Oh,
horses
come on,
have wings?
play along, Stool, play along. There's a reason
not
he's getting
playing
into
this.
it.
We could use
I'm not playing
No,
this
he's playing
game.
someone.
It's such a stupid, pointless, banal game that you're playing.
But to
No,
say
you
that
are.
You are literally.
No,
Literally
I'm
like,
not.
You're
You're not
hawking.
playing
You're
a
being honest.
game.
Hold on.
Horses
You're not
do
being
not have
honest, Milky.
wings.
Flopping
Okay,
McSauce,
okay.
You're hawking a huge loogie in your hand and smacking
Horses don't
academia
have
across the
wings.
face.
You know, I'm
Stool,
gonna.
stool,
I'm prepared
stool.
to stand up in front of the
Stool.
world and say horses
Please
do
quit
not have
interrupting
wings.
people, or you know I will kick you. Be nice. Khalil, say what you were going to say.
Now, I was just saying that what you're doing right now, saying that this is all complete nonsense, is all of the philosophers, which actually science itself is a subclass
philosophy.
of philosophy. All of the philosophers are just basically wasting their time, which I'm not a philosopher, so I'm not offended by it. But I believe that if there was a philosopher spending his life and hundreds of thousands of dollars in education to be an expert in this field, would be extremely offended by what you said.
I don't give a shit. Does the philosopher think that horses have wings? I don't. Want
Can we
him
talk
to
about
talk
that?
to me. No, I'm doing my talking now. I don't really give a crap
Don't be nice.
how many minutes or hours people sit there and pontificate about absolute bullshit. You're wasting your time and
Could I
playing
ask
a
why
silly
you did
See-
game.
bring it up, man?
Hold on,
Could I
hold
ask
on. Let
why
me
you
say
did
something.
bring it up? Could I ask why
Yeah,
you
I-
brought up something that you claim you don't care about?
Because I mentioned it before you arrived. Because Khalil here believes that horses have wings.
Okay. Could I ask you some questions about horses having wings?
No, because you're going to play that game again. No,
It's not a
I've not
game.
seen. I've not seen 99% of the universe.
Yeah, it is
I
Right.
do not know
Okay, so
everything.
logic game.
Do you think 1% is a good survey of a thing?
I really couldn't give a crap. Horses don't have wings. That's just as
Okay, so
simple as
hold
that.
on.
A
Here's the
sample
thing.
size of
Is
one.
Stool
That's
saying,
first, it's a black swan
Stool
fallacy, first
saying-
of all.
Yeah.
hold on, everybody. Stool's saying he doesn't care about logic. then I
No,
mean, just
I'm
don't
s-
talk about it, buddy. You know, it's fine.
I mean,
I'm not
no,
really
he's
into it that
using
much,
logic.
but I'm
What
learning
I'm
stuff,
saying-
so I'm letting them talk about it.
No, what I'm saying is I hate bullshit.
It's
Horses
not
don't have
bullshit.
wings.
It might
It's
be
as simple as
bullshit, but
that,
it's
and
still
you can
logic.
talk about it for the next 3 hours, but horses don't have wings.
The
That's not why
ironic part is
you
that
brought it
you
up.
have to use logic and reasoning to say that logic and reasoning is bullshit.
It's true.
Do
It
horses
just
have wings?
undercuts the statement.
That's
Do
bullshit.
horses have
True.
wings?
Oh
What?
my goodness.
Why is it true, Milking? Why is it true that logic is not useful? Why is that true?
I never said that.
Okay, then why object to it? I don't get it.
I'm not objecting to any of this nonsense. I'm just
Let's
stating one
let's get
fact.
to what you're really saying. Let's get
Horses
to what
do
you're
not
really
have
saying.
wings. This
The
is really,
Quran
really
contains
simple.
a story. The Quran. Let's get to what you're actually saying. The Quran contains a story that you think can't be true in reality. That's it, right?
No, I'm just saying one simple thing. Horses do not have wings.
You just pulled horses out of your butt? No, you picked something. Why? Why'd you pick it?
I've answered that because we were talking before you arrived about
But
this
see, he
nonsense
wasn't
about-
here.
Oh, there you go. So I asked a
So
simple question
that's why
to
he's trying to
Khalil.
figure out where you're coming from.
I know why he
I'm
said it, Beth.
explaining. I don't
Right.
care about the book or the stories. I asked one simple question when he was giving this nonsense thing that he's learned about
Okay.
internal consistency. And I asked one simple question: do horses have wings? Can he answer that
Okay.
with a yes or no? Of course not, because you have to. You then
No,
have to spend
it is a
3
yes or
hours
no.
going, oh, logic, oh,
It
blah,
is
a
blah,
yes
blah,
or
now
no.
to the universe.
Come on, Stool. Man,
Actually,
you're just going to
Stool,
talk constantly repeating yourself, man. I don't even know why you think that you're okay doing that.
When you asked that, when you said something to Cleo earlier about that, I thought you said, could they have wings? And maybe I misunderstood you. So what
That's
Khalil
true,
said is they could. If that's not how you said it, then I apologize. I thought that's how you said it.
That's how I said it.
No, Stool. I
Oh.
thought he said they could they have wings? Not do they have wings?
I stated that there's nothing logically, through an internal critique of Islam, there's nothing logically contradictory about a horse having wings or a donkey
Right.
having wings.
There are mammals that have wings. Don't know if you noticed.
Still doesn't answer my question, though, does it?
Then yes, it could. A horse could have wings. Yes.
And I
It's a
could
direct
fly
answer.
to the moon on a fucking big dildo, but it's not going to happen, is it?
Did you know that we share some DNA with birds, Stool?
Yes.
You never know.
That means a
could.
mammal could have bird-like wings with feathers.
Doesn't matter.
Right.
Do horses have
If the
wings?
DNA 's
No, they
there.
don't.
No. Horses we've seen don't have wings.
This is ridiculous.
correct.
Seriously. I mean, why would you even waste your brain
His
power?
point is we haven't
doing
seen
this.
all there could be horses on another planet we've never seen that have wings. Is the point? Is he's trying to make?
What we should
We
do
have
here is
not seen
should
every single horse.
we should talk about what an internal
could.
critique is, so that
Yes.
Milking Stool can better attack your position, because he's not right
Yes.
now attacking your position.
I don't want to attack anybody's position. What you're doing is
certainly do.
making. No,
You
you're making
certainly do.
excuses. You're making excuses to validate bullshit, and you can do that for the next 6 hours.
No, it's not
But
excuses.
that's fine. I mean,
And it's
where's
not
your life?
validation either. You're just not
Where's-
even
where's-
attacking his position.
Why would I want to attack his position? I don't know him.
Why
The
did you
simple
bring
fact
up?
is-
Why'd you bring up a Pegasus if you're not trying to attack his position?
You sounded a
Did
bit
you
Scientology
accidentally
here.
pick Pegasus,
I've never
or
mentioned
because it was
Pegasus.
in the Quran? Is that why?
What? So now we're talking about stories. What now? What are you going to
Okay,
reach for next?
The challenge was, Khalil said, there's nothing
Yes.
logically inconsistent about my position. You tried to find something logically inconsistent. I'm suggesting you find something actually logically inconsistent that can't be true in reality, which is what his challenge was. I'm trying to help
What?
you.
Don't patronize me. And I'm suggesting that
I'm
No,
this
trying
no,
to
is
no,
help
no,
you.
no,
You
no. Hold
obviously
on,
don't know
hold
what
on.
you're talking about.
No, my brother. I'm going to tell you, just because he's my brother, I'm not saying this just because you can ask anybody that knows him in the chat. He doesn't
He's
do
the
that to
least
people.
patronizing person
He's
I've ever met.
honestly trying to discuss it with you and pick it apart so both of you understand both sides of it. That's literally what he does. And he's
Well,
very fair about it. So
you know
please
what?
don't get offended because he's not.
I'm not
he's not an
offended. I just
asshole.
find it absolutely ridiculous that people sit around
Okay, so don't
imagining
talk about it.
stupid reasons to
I don't
justify
understand
bullshit.
straight people having sex, so I don't have sex with straight people. It's okay. You don't have to agree with what they do. It's not a big deal. I don't, I don't care that some men like to have sex with men. Whatever, it's
Let me
everybody's
see if
got
I
their
can
own
attack
thing.
Khalil's
I don't
position
understand
as
why
an
people sit
example.
around and sew all day either. But I don't care if
I've
they
been
want to
waiting for
sew.
somebody to try it.
Well,
Yeah,
I
go
want
ahead
to
and
actually
sew.
let me see if I can attack your position somehow,
Yeah.
and maybe that would help clarify how to attack a position in an internal critique.
Yes, Ox.
When you come logically to Islam, you personally don't see anything that's contradictory within itself. Is that fair?
As far as I've studied Islam through a philosophical lens, I find
Yes,
no
Maya.
internal contradictions through the internal critique.
Okay,
As
I'm going to go one step further than that and say, should it also apply to reality?
It should also apply to reality, yes.
Okay, so can I critique it against reality, not in an internal critique, but in a correspondence theory of truth? Can I attack it that way?
I think you should be able to, yeah.
That's fair, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so now under that idea, Milking Stool's argument makes sense. However, it's not conclusive.
Mhm.
And I'll agree with Milking Stool that we have not seen to this day a horse, what we classically think of as a horse, that does have wings.
Right.
Now, it doesn't make sense in an internal critique, but in a critique of correspondence, it does make sense. It's a good argument. Okay. Now, but is it conclusive? How could it be possible in your mind that there is a horse that does have wings, what we would classically call a Pegasus? How does that make sense in your mind?
Okay, so ask that one more time.
How does it make sense in your mind that there could be Pegasus?
How does it make sense in my mind that there could be
A Pegasus.
Pegasus? So within that, I believe that that things that Allah can be able to formulate matter in such a way to where wings could be put on a Pegasus, and it would be considered a miracle that's not logically contradictory, but would be outside of the ordinary, hence making it a miracle.
Milking Stool, you want to pick that up and keep going with it?
Not really, no.
Yeah, but didn't you ask him how he felt about it? And he said Allah felt about it.
I
Right?
didn't say how Allah
Gio,
felt.
you're welcome to pick it up. I'll drop out right there.
Yeah.
Is that how you feel about it?
Yeah, that's how I feel. That Allah.
Well, how come
has
you
the
said
ability to do
Allah?
those things.
So how come you said Allah says? You didn't say Khalil says.
No, I did. I said how I feel about this is that Allah has the ability to perform miracles that are still logically that still conform to.
All right.
to
So you're still appealing
possibility
to an
of
outside
reality.
agency. You're still appealing to an invisible outside agency. That's not yourself.
Okay.
So how do you? Is it you who's thinking it?
Yes, it's me who's thinking that.
Then why did you say you were thinking it instead of appealing to something outside
No,
yourself?
but that's what I've been saying since the beginning. I've corrected you 3 times on it already.
So why do you have to say Allah? Why do you have to refer to something outside
Because
yourself?
that's the God that I believe in. Do you want me
Just
to
a
say
second.
Yeah, but
Elvis
that has
Presley?
nothing.
Let me split that down the middle. There's
I
a
don't
difference
get it.
between
I don't
there's a
get it,
difference
man.
between his beliefs and someone else's acts. He said,
someone
"I
else's
believe an act was done."
Oh, axe. Okay, good.
Act.
Well, if you would have
I
asked
believe an act
me,
was done.
if you would have asked me what I believe, I wouldn't appeal to an agency outside myself to tell you what I believed. Why is there a
There was
difference?
two
I didn't
topics there,
say
Sam.
that Allah made me believe this. I'm saying that I believe.
Well, that's
that
why even use the Allah anyway? Why even appeal to an agency?
because I'm convinced that
explaining why
that
you believes
agency
it.
exists.
I don't know.
So
Whatever.
you're
Yeah.
you-
Hey,
yeah.
I'm just a lifelong atheist who
understand.
doesn't know shit about shit. Okay, so I'm telling
Well,
you,
that's
what,
like, you
from
know,
an outsider's perspective, what I'm seeing here.
Sam, it's
Absolutely,
fine
yeah,
because
yeah.
you know what? It's like I told Khalil
Richard.
earlier. I don't believe in religion
What's up,
stuff.
Randolph?
I don't know shit
Randolph.
about it. It's okay that you don't know a lot. I
Yeah,
don't
man.
read it because it's not my thing. Right.
Yeah,
fine.
about a year, a little over a year ago.
Hi, Randolph.
I didn't
Doing.
know anything about this either. I found interest, which I think is I'm on the polar opposite of Floppy McSausage. We're on polar opposites. I absolutely love and adore philosophy, and he finds it to be just a complete waste of time. So I think
when
we're
did
on
I say
polar
that?
opposites.
I never said that.
You said
what we
logic
were-
and reason is
No, that's
complete
what you
nonsense.
said.
No, what
No,
we were
I-
talking about.
No,
I know
what
some people who hate
what I said was what you're doing is a complete waste of time. You're sitting there now for what, 45 minutes trying to justify if a horse has wings. And you can't, you simply can't say no. You'll talk about me only knowing 1% of the universe, and you can't say
Yeah,
you've
yeah.
never seen one,
Using the
and there
same
could
thing
be
that you
one.
do, which is called inductive reasoning.
Just
I've
say
never
a
seen
horse
with
doesn't
wings.
have wings.
He's already
Much
said it several
easier.
times, Milking.
Yeah.
He said it several times, and he just said it again.
Sorry, are we talking about a horse or a winged horse?
A
Wing.
No. Okay, so originally Stool
A
said
winged horse has wings by
what-
definition,
what
right, Randall?
Khalil and I
I would
thought
think so.
was, could a horse have wings? But he was really asking, does a horse have wings? So the way back before Richard came in, we totally misunderstood him.
Oh,
So
okay.
we both were like, sure, it could. We don't know. Now, do we have any evidence of that? No, we do not. And so Richard was saying that because we only see so much of the universe, solar system and everything else, we can only have that much of a judgment about it because we can only base it on our own realities. So none of us have seen a horse with wings, but that doesn't mean there's not one out there somewhere.
Right.
Yeah,
So
you're
now you're
Black
caught up,
Swan
Randolph.
fallacy.
Welcome.
And you're being correct to not commit the black swan fallacy, and that's very good.
That's right.
There you go.
And we brought that up just a second ago. Yeah.
So let's say we saw a
I'm just
million
so
horses. Let's say we saw a million horses, right? And none of them had wings. And we say horses don't have wings. That's fine. Okay. But is it logically impossible for a horse to grow wings? Well, does genetic material exist? Can genetic material encode for wings? Can it encode for wings on a mammal like a horse? Yes.
That's not,
Yes, it
this is
can.
not the question I asked, though, is it? How many words did you just have to
you've asked
use
has been
there to
answered
answer a
15
simple
times
question? Does a horse have wings?
No.
You know, you can sit there for 3 hours and discuss this, but the answer is
I don't know why
no.
you keep repeating yourself. You know, you're not making a better case.
For 3 hours.
You
said no.
Milky Stool, first of all, you've lied. It was not the only topic for 45 minutes. You have outright lied. Other topics happened. Now, it was your question.
No.
It was your question, but your question did not take up 45 minutes. You're objectively wrong. I can show you the film.
No, I could say
Okay.
mischaracterization rather than lie might be a nice.
No, he knows it. He knows he's wrong. It's not a
Oh, okay.
mischaracterization. He's lying.
Okay.
So I'm actually going to sit here and lie about something so important.
You did.
Whether-
Not you're going to. You objectively did lie. I can show you the tape.
So I'm lying because
Literally
this
recorded.
is ridiculous. This is so ridiculous.
No,
you can't
well,
see
let's
how
talk about
ridiculous
what
it
you-
is, can you?
Look, be honest, dude. You're just objecting to what's written in the Quran. Let's talk about that. Quit going around it.
I have to admit, I'm half lying on my couch.
You all have lying.
How
I like
dare
Randall.
you? How dare you?
Let's just talk about your real objections. You
Real.
think that it'd be logically inconsistent if a book claimed there was a winged horse. That's your point, right?
No, my point was a question, a very simple question. Do horses have wings?
None that we know of.
No,
I know
That's a fair
that.
answer.
that's a no.
No, it is.
That's all we can say, man.
Yeah,
I
think
know.
that's a fair answer.
We can say lots of things that we don't know.
I
I
think that's
don't
a
know
no.
if there's a spaceship up my ass. But, you know, horses don't have wings. Simple as.
No,
Skirts around
horses
it.
can have wings. You might be wrong.
As far as we know, as far as our reality is concerned, there are no horses with wings. But that does not mean that outside of the reality of this earth and what we can see directly around our earth, that there's not a horse with wings. That's all
Yeah.
that they were saying.
Wonderful. We
That's
all
it.
know that. But the simple answer to the question is, do horses have wings?
You're
No.
gonna
It's
keep
what the
repeating this,
same
aren't you?
person would say.
In our
You-
reality, no, they do not.
This
So-
is a textbook black swan fallacy. You know, only white swans exist. You know, you could ask the same question before we had any observation of black swans.
Let me just say, Maya, I have a question for Maya. Have you had a colonoscopy recently? Because I'm pretty sure there'd be none left if you had one of those.
You might not.
Yeah,
have-
Definitely
apparently
not a
spaceship-
spaceship up your ass if you get a
Apparently,
Wait.
spaceships come in different sizes.
Wait,
They
wait.
rinse
It
me
is
out
that
so
is
well.
Thankfully.
that is something that explores spaces.
Oh,
That's true.
It does ship things. It does contain things. It is technically a spaceship, isn't it?
Yes, it can. It's a ship.
If you've
it's
had a colonoscopy-
vessel that goes into a space. So yes,
Right. Okay.
and
I
hopefully
love you.
it's not a medical misadventure. So
you and
Hopefully
Maya
not.
together could be dangerous.
I can't believe
I
you
think
went
she's
down that
brilliant.
road.
I really do.
Oh my god, I love Maya. She just won't come on here because she's like, nah, I just want to sit over here and bullshit and give you guys
Tell her
crap
I'm
in
here,
the
maybe
chat,
she'll come
which
on.
I love. Keep it up, Maya. Good job.
come on, Maya. Come
Anyways,
on.
so
You'd be welcome
Randolph,
here.
what do you have to say about where you're at on this topic and subject?
Well, I think your answer and Richard's answer is not a black swan fallacy, but I think maybe Khalil. I hope I'm saying your name properly.
You're fine.
Okay, yeah, it's saying
you can
you're
just say
saying that
Khalil.
there's a textbok example of a black swan fallacy. Maybe I missed something.
No, so what I would say is what Floppy McSausage is doing is what's called a black swan fallacy. He's saying that we have no evidence that horses have wings. So he wants a simple answer to a simple question: do horses have wings? No, horses don't have wings. But
Yeah.
Richard is giving the honest answer, and so am I. As far as we know, they don't
Accurate
have
answer.
wings.
Accurate answer.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
correct.
don't want to
So-
use the word honest here because I think that
It's not honest,
Um,
dishonest. He's right.
I think that it's not unreasonable for people to conclude that horses don't have wings because we're not seeing any with wings. Now, yes, that's the black swan fallacy. There is like what's reasonable though, what we see in reality, and that's why Richard and B's answers are being accurately stating in a way that, as far as we know, and that's the answer I would go with too. As far as I know, there are none.
Mhm.
Now,
Yeah, exactly.
if you are going to take the position that there are horses with wings or have been, then there becomes a burden of proof on your end because we don't have any evidence of horses with wings. I think that's kind of what we're trying to get to. Does that sound reasonable to you?
It does sound reasonable, but I see a kink in the epistemological.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. What's that kink?
So, do we have any evidence that other minds exist?
No. Answer
This is a
answer
different
Randolph's
topic now.
question. Answer Randolph's question.
That's what I'm doing. Is I'm exposing the
Don't
kink by
no.
using a thought
Don't
process. That's
don't
what
put
we
a
do.
question to him. Answer his
that's-
question directly
what we
without
do in
quoting
philosophy.
things.
Stool. Give him a
I-
minute. He's going to
No,
get
he's-
there. It's
Stool's
just
right.
all of us have. You got to start with the backstory.
No,
I'm-
Stool's right. He should be making positive assertions right now.
Oh, okay.
Positive assertions.
He should be saying things like we can't show there is a mind out of our own instead of asking it as a question.
Well, yeah. So I instead of making positive assertions, I try and figure out where Randolph is within
I
his
see.
epistemology, because I'm trying to point out, instead of just stating that he has a flawed epistemology, I want to try and pull out the kink without my words, but with what Randolph would be saying.
Do you remember what Randolph's question was?
Okay, well, you did state that I have a flawed epistemology, so or there's a kink in it, and so I asked you to specify what this is, and then you went into some questioning, which sounded I was about to say that sounds like a different topic. I'm okay with following through with this, but I just want to note that this does sound like we're going off topic.
Your standards of evidence are different for some things than others.
Yes.
Yes. So it's even when it comes to things in the same category as things that are immaterial and outside of the bounds of science.
Sure, and I will assess that on a case-by-case basis to the best of my abilities.
Sure. Okay.
Okay.
So do you believe that other minds exist?
Yes, that seems to me to be how the case with reality as I perceive it. So yes, I would say that be fair to say that I believe that.
Do you believe that
answer.
there's empirical evidence to back that up?
It does seem to be the case. You and I are talking right now. I'm not you, and you're not me.
Okay. So could our interaction here be a figment of your imagination? Logically, could it be possible?
I can't rule that out. So I can only put a degree of confidence on it. I would say I'm close to 100% confident that this is not just a figment of my imagination. But do I know for certain? I can't tell you that 100% I know for certain.
Okay.
Good answer.
Okay. So you saying it's reasonable to believe that we have evidence that other minds exist because that's what best describes what you're experiencing right now.
Yeah, I think you and I definitely are a demonstration of that evidence as well. Yes.
Okay.
And everybody here. Yeah.
So in the same sense, wouldn't it be reasonable to believe that it's not impossible for horses to have wings?
I think Richard covered that. He alluded to the how genetics could possibly evolve that in. Yeah, I think that it could certainly. I can't rule it out,
Okay.
and that's why I said flying horses with winged horses earlier.
Winged horses.
I think they'd be in their own category, but they would definitely still be in the horse category, but they'd be a subcategory because the majority of the horses that are on this planet, all of them, as far as I know, don't have any wings.
I would agree
I'm
with you
afraid.
there.
I'm afraid that wingless horses are the subcategory, sir.
Wingless horses would be.
That's the subcategory. I'm just making a joke. It's a joke.
Oh.
Just move on.
But no, they would be the default.
Welcome to my
The
family.
default category. So yeah,
They don't have to be the default
no, they don't. But that is kind of how it would work out, I imagine. But
in our experience. Yes.
Mhm.
Isn't
Okay.
it just a
Good
horse
point.
without wings? Sorry.
Right. It'd just be a horse. It'd be a wingless horse. A horse
Theo,
without wings.
tell me that's a joke.
Sorry, Khalil. I think we're getting off topic now.
Okay, you're good. You guys are good.
That was a good joke, actually.
I need
Yeah,
to know
I
if
like
that's
that.
a
That was
joke
really-
or not.
I'm not sure you can take in oxygen through the colon. I know you could take in water. In fact, it'll remove salt from ocean water.
Well, there is a fun fact about that area. Any place with mucous membrane is very veiny and has lots of, and
Perforations?
so technically you could take in oxygen that way, but I'm not sure how you would.
If that's
incorporate it
true,
with
then a
blood without
person
the
could-
lungs.
A person could hyperventilate their anal orifice and get a buzz.
Okay,
Was it not-
school, you let us know how that comes out because I'm
Was it-
Yeah,
you
you
I
try
love
it.
you, buddy.
That's
You
all-
know I
that's all
love
Was
you,
it-
bro.
I'd like
Was
to
it
go
not
back
your-
to the Khalil,
it not
the topic
your-
that Khalil and I were speaking about. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, Randall. Sorry.
Oh,
Delay
go,
again.
you go ahead.
Was it not Brett Kavanaugh, the judgy person who taught us about boofing?
Oh
Remember that?
yeah, he had some strange things to say there.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh, wait,
Maybe
thank you for
maybe we
coming.
should
And Theo, you need to
Google
tell us
is your
about that
friend.
story further.
Maybe we should just call him-
I need evidence. I need proof. I need some links. Because he said it's not a joke. They're really trying to ventilate people through their butts.
Wow. Sorry, Khalil.
Well,
Where were
We're
we?
advanced over there.
Okay, so you guys had already established that it's plausible to have a horse with wings. That we have no experience of a horse with wings.
I
No?
just want to clarify. I would say I'm willing to say I can't rule out the impossibility of it.
I said could.
Yeah.
You established that there could be. You couldn't
No,
rule it
I-
out.
I established that I can't rule out the impossibility. That's
Wait,
as far
are
as
you
we
saying
can
there's
go
a
right now.
difference between I cannot eliminate something and there could be?
I think
What's
so.
the difference there? Well, tell
I-
me the difference. I don't see it.
Which end of the spectrum of confidence I have in the idea?
Oh, I'm trying to admit that you have a very low confidence in the idea.
Okay, yeah.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to steel man you. Truly, I am.
But if
I'm not
I
trying to
say-
get one over on you.
So yeah, I know. But if I'm just trying to be clear here, because if I was to say it's possible that it could happen, then
Let me restate it.
Now I have a burden of proof to demonstrate why that could be
Fair
possible.
enough.
I don't want to take
Fair
on that burden of proof, and I'm going to leave it in the I don't know stage and say I
You're-
can't rule out the impossibility. And that,
You're right. That was clumsy of me. I'm sorry.
no.
That was clumsy.
No,
You're
no,
right.
this is
No, you're right.
conversation where we figure these things out.
No, you are right. It was clumsy. It's fine. Okay, so
okay.
so you did establish there's a very, very low likelihood of a horse having wings, but it's not impossible, right?
Yeah, I can't
And that's-
rule out the impossibility, is what I've said.
Right. Right. Okay, so you guys, that's pretty much where you were. Moving past any black swan fallacy, there. That's where you're at right there.
Okay.
Okay.
So the next thing to say is, I think the next part of it would be why, without evidence and without any other proofs that a winged horse does exist somewhere in the history of some place, would Khalil believe that it did?
And I just want
I
to
could be
stop for a
wrong.
sec on everything here and say, I'm having fun here. I hope everybody else is, especially you, Khalil.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's continue. Yeah.
Isn't that the next thing to ask?
I'm not one for echo chambers. I don't like those things.
I just want to make sure you're having a good time. So
Yeah, no.
That's important to me.
I'd leave if I wasn't.
okay.
What about Stool? He doesn't look look at the look on his face. He doesn't look very happy.
Oh, he's always smiling like that, though. Stool's always
Oh,
smiling.
No, I'm loving this because
his
you know,
natural
B,
look.
no, I'm being serious. B is such a cool person. I
Love you too, Stool.
I'm lucky that she lets me play, and her brother is also very cool. I love your beard, man. It's so fucking awesome.
Isn't
Oh,
that
thanks.
epic?
Yeah,
It's fucking epic.
epic.
Somebody
is-
said he looked
yeah.
like one of the ZZ Top guys.
That was me.
Mhm.
That was me who said that. He said,
Randolph, you said that?
I'm the one who
I'm sorry,
said that.
Randolph.
He
That's a
looked it up
fallacy
and you're
because
right.
you are neither the only nor the first.
Okay.
Not the only
Oh,
or the first.
So
Right.
it's good to hear that I'm not the only one who's imagining that. All right.
Right.
Sorry, Khalil. We're off to a slow continuation here.
You're fine.
Carry on,
Okay, so
gentlemen.
other I mean, perhaps you would appeal to your confidence in the existence of Allah and Allah's abilities, say even in genetic manipulation, to create something which is a horse with wings or a Pegasus. But what do you have to show you that is that the story can make sense in correspondence, in the actual reality, not just within the story itself? What do you got?
So I would simply say that I have a belief system right now that I do not know that this in fact happened. I do believe that it happened because I'm convinced of the text itself. So I'm convinced that what the text says is correct.
Yeah.
But I don't think that I think I'd be wasting my time if I tried to prove any of that.
Okay, so you're
and-
accepting
and-
things
and-
from
and let me
outside.
just- Let me just make this very clear, was that the text itself in Flying Donkeys, in Consummating at 9, and the prophet's wife consummating at 9, and splitting the moon, none of that stuff was what convinced me that this is true.
I
What
think you
convinced-
got floppy at donkeys. So yeah.
Yeah.
What
Sorry.
convinced
So,
you? Go ahead, Khalil.
None of these things are like salvatory or anything that's extremely I mean it is important stuff, but when it comes to what has convinced me, it has been the philosophical argumentation that Floppy absolutely can't stand. That's
Right. But granting that you came to it logically, there could be things extraneous to the logic itself, which causes you to have emotional states or intuitive states where you say, okay, this does not overall make sense to me. That could be right.
Absolutely. If I was to fully understand God, then God wouldn't be God. And I know that does sound like
Appeal to human frailty.
exactly. So I'm a fallible human being, and I don't think I could know everything about, by definition, the creator himself. I couldn't understand everything about him.
But I don't have to understand everything about a space shuttle for it to work.
Exactly. Yes.
So I've
So
said this before. I'm not infallible. And Somebody in a debate once who disagreed with me on this.
Oh, you want to hear a good one, Randolph? You want to hear a good
Sure.
one? I'll tell you a good one.
Not infallible.
As an anti-theist, I asserted there can be no gods, which would by necessity mean I would have to know all things, which would make me God.
Okay.
That's funny, right?
I think I see the problem with that. Yeah.
Yeah. I never really thought about it when I was an atheist, but okay. Okay, so could it happen to you, Khalil, that you could lose your belief in Islam if parts of it,
Islam
if
or
parts
Allah?
of it, what?
Islam or a belief in Allah?
Oh, good question. Could you lose your belief in Allah?
Yes, absolutely.
You could. Okay, so both. There you go. That's a good question. If things within the total spectrum of it, you said cannot be true in reality.
So the criteria that I have placed that I feel that it was what convinced me would be the thing that would unconvince me would be to bring up a logical contradiction through an internal critique of the belief system that I hold.
Okay, do you believe that Allah is omniscient?
I believe that Allah knows all true
Careful.
propositions.
Knows all true propositions. Okay.
Yeah.
So hang on. So has no awareness, doesn't know of any false propositions?
Allah does not know what it feels like to be Randolph Richardson.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. Because you said you were specific. You said Allah knows all true propositions.
All
That-
true propositions.
What about untrue propositions? Does he know any of those?
They don't exist.
Wait, identify the word no, Randolph. He's being really, really specific there. Think about how he's using the word no. You can't know something that's false. You can believe something that's false, but you can't know something that's false.
I'm asking if he knows of the false propositions. I guess is what I should have asked.
But that's exactly what Richard's saying is that you can't know things that are false.
Let me paraphrase it for Randolph. Let me paraphrase the
You're
question
omniscient.
so where it can be answered. Khalil, is Allah aware that there are false propositions?
Is Allah aware that there are false
False
propositions?
propositions, things that are not true.
Yes.
Okay, see, there you go.
Okay.
That's the difference right there.
Yeah. So he is all knowing.
All knowing in the sense that he knows all true propositions. So I would say that Allah does not know what it feels like to not be Allah.
In that case, he's not omniscient then.
Sure. I
Right.
never claimed for him to be omniscient.
Right.
Okay.
And and the next one is, I think, of the quad omnis, I think perhaps the next one should be, because they're self-defeating within Christianity, and why one of the reasons Christianity conception of God cannot be true is that they additionally claim that their God is not only omniscient but omnipotent, knowing the
omnipresent.
future. And well, I'll get to those because there's problems there too. There's problems there too.
Yeah.
But to say that when the Christian says that God is both omniscient and omnipotent, they're neglecting the fact that pre-knowledge of a situation would limit options. So he can't be both. So they have to be wrong. Do you hold that Allah is omnipotent? Because in order for a proposition to be true, present tense, past tense, future tense, it has to always be true. And wouldn't that limit the potency of Allah?
Yes, so I would believe that Allah exists transcendent of space, time, and matter, past, present, and future simultaneously. So he is still creating Adam. He is still
I believe that.
flooding the earth. He is still doing everything that we see as a past event is still a present event. And all of the future events are present events to Allah.
Now, Richard, you said something that was like it has to be true, past, present, and future.
Things that are true are always true.
What about things that are chronologically based?
Well, it was still going to be true, even though it hadn't happened.
Yeah, in that case,
So
it wasn't true in the past.
I recognize that events are temporal and chronological and causal and things like that. I'm not denying that.
Okay, yeah, no. So what I'm saying though is, when you say something's always true, that's not the case. This used to have Reese's Pieces in it. I was eating them earlier in the stream here, and it was true that there were Reese's Pieces in there. It is now not true that there are Reese's Pieces in here anymore. It's a different fact to describe it.
I have to go. My
No.
wife's calling me, and it's midnight.
Oh wow.
Wow. Hey, it's a pleasure to talk with you. It's been a long time, man.
Absolutely, I'd like to keep talking with you sometime, Randolph.
I'd like that.
Say
too.
hi to the woman. We're still supposed to do a show where we dig into this.
Yes, let's
Yeah, do that with
say hi to
Richard
the wife
first before you
for
talk
us.
with me.
Okay. B, thank you for having me on. Geo Sam, it's good to see you again. Floppy
here.
McSauce, it was good talking to you. Richard,
Spoil them rotten every chance you get,
pleasure
brother.
like always. I will. And Randolph, we will schedule that conversation.
I appreciate it, Khalil.
Thanks,
Take
Khalil.
care.
I appreciate you, man. Have a great
I
night.
hope you're
See you guys
doing
later.
well. Take care.
I'm doing fantastic. See you guys later.
I'm sorry, Beth, and I have to say that I'm relatively impressed that he didn't try to claim omniscience and omnipotence.
Yeah, he was very careful there. That was interesting.
That's good.
I think he's aware of the paradox I pointed out with omniscience and omnipotence.
Would you like to tell everyone else what that is?
Oh, sure. So if a deity is omniscient and omnipotent, the paradox is that let's say tomorrow is going to be sunny weather in my place, and that deity, omniscient deity, knows that, and then tomorrow rolls along, and that deity decides to change the weather to snow or rain, then they have then invalidated their omniscience from the day before. That's the
That's good.
paradox.
Yep.
And
So they
Irish
can't be
Swede also
simultaneously
explains it.
omni.
And
Right.
I have to give credit to Irish Swede for also explaining the same concept. He uses a different example, but it's the same idea. So there's more than one way to explain the paradox.
Perhaps you'd like to tell Christians why else they're wrong in omnibenevolence and let's see, omnipotence, omnibenevolence, omniscience, and help me out. What's the fourth one they claim?
Omnichronological, omnipotence, omnipresence,
Omnipresence. That was it.
Yeah,
That was
those are
it,
four that
omnipresence.
come up a lot. I've put a challenge out to Christians before, and basically anybody who believes in this kind of a deity or deities that are all powerful and all knowing, omniscient, omnipotent. I said, and they have other characteristics as well, usually, but I tell them, look, if you want to prove that your deity is real, if to prove it to me, what I consider to be sufficient evidence, one example would be that I be granted omniscience and omnipotence for a period of about a fortnight, so that I can then explore the cosmos and experiment with it, and even bring some friends with me who want to take pictures, because I know quite a few people who'd want to come along for such a ride. And
I would.
there you go. And then some people ask me, can they sign up on a list? And I say, well, you wouldn't have to, because omniscience would solve that. I would know.
I would already know that you're on the list. That's
Well, I
right.
already know you'd want to come along.
Yeah,
So- But people are saying, why would you need both? Wouldn't one be enough? I said, no, I'd need omniscience so that I would know how to handle the omnipotence correctly. So it would be safe. And because I wouldn't want to cause an accident or something, right? So,
Yeah, for lack of discipline, you might think, I wonder what it would be like if the universe would disappear, and it would.
Well, if I exercise my omnipotence to make that happen, I don't want to do that. I want
right. You don't want to accidentally.
no,
You need
No.
some discipline there. Yeah.
no, I want a universe to come back to. I'm not suicidal.
but wouldn't it know ahead of time that it was going to think that and not do it?
See, that's part of the paradox. That's perfect, Sam. That's perfect. It's part of the
Very
problem.
good, very good, Sam. Great question.
It's-
This is the problem with these things when you get into these extreme absolute filling up the entire spectrum.
Right. And frankly, I think all of it is just based on my daddy is bigger than yours. It's two kids in a sandbox. It's terrible.
The most common objection I get to this requirement is that I wouldn't need to have that much time. It's like people are trying to negotiate the amount of time I'd need down to, say, a second or a minute or something. It's like, you want to negotiate?
Why?
I told you this is a term. I want 2 weeks. I want to take my time and enjoy this too. You know, I've got an ulterior motive. I want to do a few experiments.
I'm not sure I'd be satisfied by a fortnight.
Oh yeah, a fortnight definitely wouldn't be enough, but it would be enough to prove it to me.
Sure.
Yeah, because I don't think I'd be able to hallucinate in a dream for 2 weeks.
I think this standard of evidence is never going to be met and not described in any religion. It's only described by religious people.
Well, the thing is, they claim that God can do anything with ease. So I say, okay, then you should be able to do this with ease. And then some of them will say, oh, how do I know you're not going to mess up God? I said, okay, I will grant that I would be okay with one limitation added to this. So it'd be a slightly hobbled omnipotence in that I wouldn't be able to have any impact on anything that God is wanting to do that would hurt him in any way. So that I'm okay with that being a condition added onto it.
So you're a genie in a bottle as long as I rub you the right way?
Yeah, that sums it up pretty good. But, you know, it's enough for me. It's what I consider to be sufficient evidence. Like, a lot of time there's a phrase from Carl Sagan going around, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence.
That's not true.
I think sufficient evidence is still enough.
Right.
Yeah.
Normal evidence would be fine to prove outrageous things. Yeah.
And I have to say, it's Matt Dillahunty who pointed that out originally. And I fully agree with him on this. So.
Yeah, we don't need special evidence. We just need normal evidence. That would suffice just fine.
Sufficient evidence. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well.
Okay, so here's the difference between me and what I think a lot of people are claiming. I don't see necessity within the stories that there is omniscience, omnipotence, omnibenevolence, and omnipresence. I don't see that described. What I do see described is the perception of, our perception of those things. That's described. So it's just like when I was an infant in the womb, my mom was omnipresent.
Well, yeah.
Because I was inside of her.
Like
that part of your mom was. Not your whole mom. That part was.
Yeah, I couldn't even sense all of her. That's true.
Isn't that like kind of like in the opposite of anthropomorphizing?
Is it the opposite of anthropomorphizing? Could be.
Like you're giving God traits to something. You know what I mean? It's like I don't know if I'm explaining.
You mean, do Christians give God human traits?
I think I'm explaining it, trying to explain it differently. I don't know.
Okay.
It's like I forgot where I was going with that.
I'll bet you get it back later, though. I always do.
The other thing too is with this the omnis, right? The three omnis, the presence, and is it four?
It's four.
Three. There's four.
Four. Yeah.
Okay, with the four omnis, what's the idea? What's that Christians believe in? This four omnis, right?
Right. Normally, not all of them.
So, what's the deal with prayer? What's is that supposed to do anything?
To change the plan.
So they're trying to change the plan using prayer, but the plan's already. They can't change it, but they're trying anyway, right?
Which is pretty much one of the problems that invented Calvinism. Things like middle knowledge. I'm serious. It did. Your objection invented Calvinism.
But I'm just saying that it sounds kind of counterintuitive or kind of backwards.
No, you're right. It is backward. It can't be true in reality. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, like if my boss decided, hey, we're going to do this. This is the plan. And I went in the bathroom and sat there like this going, oh, please, boss, please don't I don't want that plan. And I go out and there's the plan. It's like, what good of...
You just wasted your time in the bathroom. Yeah.
I just wasted my time praying for the plan to go away.
Right.
You're basically, to me, it seems like the prayer is requesting that God deviate from the plan. But there's this belief that God is omnipotent and so therefore capable of doing it, and omniscient, so therefore knowing how to do it without it disrupting the rest of the plan.
But see, here's my thing. I have something to say about that.
Mm-hmm.
My thing is if for us to have entire free will and no one to taint that, then he can't get involved.
Right. And then people will say that and then complain about complain about divine hiddenness. So you have to pick one of those.
Right. So it doesn't make any sense to me that Christians say that they contradict themselves. That's another reason I'm like, shut up. You know, just shut up. I don't
And
want to
then-
hear that crap.
And then Christians
We have
a lot-
free will, and he changes everything for us. He'll take care of. No, it doesn't work. It's not going to work like that. You just contradicted yourself.
And then like you ever hear them say, "Oh, I'll pray for you."
Sure.
Yeah. Well, what good would it do?
This is, you know what I always tell
Well,
them, Gio.
depends
This is
on
what I
what
say.
prayer is.
Go ahead,
You know,
pray. What good would it do?
Because most people who don't say that condescendingly, they really just have good intentions, right? So
Yeah,
I
but-
always say, you know, if that's your
I love
thing,
it.
cool, I'll take it. Thanks for that. I don't believe that, but if you know, I know they're trying to. There's someone who cares about me, and they're trying to do what they can to help me, and that's what they think is the best way to help me. So I accept it. Okay, thanks. I appreciate that. Hasn't helped yet. Just like I sneeze, people say, God bless you. I'm like, thanks. That's never happened yet. I haven't seen that happen. I haven't seen very much evidence of
Yeah,
that.
but if you break
Um,
it down, if someone says God bless, not God bless you, but God bless you in a condescending kind of way,
Well, that's different.
But,
Those
no,
are just
it's like-
assholes. Those are everywhere.
like, what
They're
do
in
you
every
mean?
sect, every
they'll pray
genre,
for you.
every religion, every non-religion. There's assholes everywhere.
But if they really mean it, what do they think they're gonna? The outcome of their prayer might do. What do they think it was going to make things better or make things?
Yeah,
worse?
no, that's why they're doing it. They care
Well,
and they think that is a good thing. They think if they pray that it will come
So
out. And
if they prayed and I stubbed my toe, and then that's a good thing because it's from God, right?
no,
mean, I
but see,
don't
then there you go.
There's a
That's-
lesson in it, though. There's a
that-
lesson. I don't know what that lesson
God's
is. but
not
there's a
going to
lesson.
change shit because that would be infringing on free will.
I have
Go
a
ahead,
suggestion on what the lesson could be.
Oh
What's that? I'm afraid to ask.
no, I'm not afraid. I'm asking. What's that?
Go for it.
Gaining brotherhood, sisterhood, love, and relationship, and empathy and sympathy.
With an inanimate object that you just stubbed your toe on.
No, with each other.
Oh,
No.
okay.
He's saying because you stub your toe, that you know what someone else went through
Okay.
because they stubbed their toe.
Right. Well,
I think
didn't
that's what we're
actually
doing
need
here.
that experience to know that.
What? Describe to me a menstrual cycle. What's that like?
Thank you, Jenna.
Who me describe it?
Yeah, Sam, tell me what it's like to have a menstrual cycle.
I could
Anybody but me.
try and describe it.
Hey, B, I have a suggestion. Maybe read the comments out in case somebody can't see the screen.
Oh, that's, yeah, you're right. Jenna said in their belief, they feel it's a good thing, and in the deepest of their hearts, they are concerned of your well-being. Just take it as they care. Yes, Jenna.
That's
Yeah, that's-
Absolutely.
If you break it down and they have an omnipotent God who's omnipresent and knows everything, and you say you're going to pray for someone, what good is it going to do? Because the plan is already figured out ahead
That's
of
right.
time.
That's right.
So
No,
you're
it's absolutely
praying.
correct.
To pray, no matter what you think. So it's not about the truth. It's about how you feel. It's about feelings.
Well, actually, they're anti-biblical, Sam. They're anti-biblical when they say things like that, because what the Bible says is pray for God's will,
Yeah. Well, okay.
which
there
is
you go.
consistent with the total idea. That is consistent.
Well, then, I don't know. Are you saying they're doing it wrong?
They're doing it wrong. By the Bible,
Oh.
they're doing it wrong.
Okay, Richard.
See, Richard and I have had this conversation, so I know what he's going to say. Go ahead.
I love
No,
hearing
it literally
this
says, don't pray for something besides the will of God. You won't get it. It literally says that in the Bible.
So
Well,
you
then
think
what are
that's
they
God's
doing?
Will. Okay.
They're reading whatever they want and interpreting it the way they want, and it's anti-biblical.
No, what they're doing is they're taking what's been handed down for a lot of generations and
Well, that's what they
reiterating
want.
the same shit because that's what they were taught and they think that's the way it is, and nobody can see outside that.
We
little
were
box.
raised Catholic. I was told all this crap when I was a kid. I didn't have to accept it.
Yeah, but yeah, no, you're right. We didn't believe it.
You
Well,
don't have to.
95% of us didn't believe any of it.
Well,
I mean,
it's
my
just-
brain
it's-
wasn't locked in by being Catholic as a kid. I wasn't, obviously. I'm not Catholic.
No, I'm saying, but because because well, see, my thing is this. I think that the typical Christian needs a little boost, a little
Right.
hope, a little crutch. It's, you know,
Right.
I call it a crutch all the time. And that's really what it is. That's what religion is to them. And they go into church because they have fellowship with other parishioners. And
That's
I understand
perfect.
that part.
It's what they
Because that's
want. It's not what's described.
Is, right. Community is great. Everybody should have community. So they go seeking this. You know, they have a problem, they need help, they need answers, they need support, and they go seeking and they turn to religion because that's the one thing you can find everywhere. And there's so many people involved that you're going to get friends, you're going to meet nice people, someone's going to help you. Like, we all know that, you know. So really religion is just it's a crutch. It's something to help them feel better, make them feel like, hey, my life is shit, but there's something better than this.
Or they can
And-
watch
and
Jerry
it's-
Springer.
Or as Jenna Miu says in the chat, prayer is just a boosty boost.
Yes.
Boosty boost.
Yeah.
That's
right.
great.
Right.
What do
See,
you
but
think
see-
of that?
But see, Richard's way of prayer is not saying like, "Oh God, you know, please help Fred. He's had a bad day." He does it as a intaking of information instead. Is that correct? Would you say it's correct?
That is correct. I'm not saying I don't pray for people. I pray for people's growth, which is something between them and reality.
Yeah, and is not the same as saying, "I hope Jenna's
I'm
stomach
not-
doesn't hurt tomorrow."
Right. I'm
Or
not
something,
asking
right.
for asking for reality to change. I'm asking for people to adjust it to the actuality of the state of affairs.
Right.
Well, then, if they say
Fair enough.
people say that, I'll say, well, then I'll sit in a room and do nothing for you. So,
That's cute.
I mean, I don't know. How do you say? How do you respond to that?
Well, first of all, we can't show definitively whether or not there is such thing as prayer. I think I have a strong argument for prayer, but I can't
Mhm.
show it definitively. You could always just call me a liar. You know, that's fine.
I'm curious,
'cause
if
I
you
could
don't
be
mind,
making it up.
I'd be interested to hear that argument. I won't critique it. I'll just listen. Yeah.
No, you can critique it. I'm already prepared, but you can take your time and want to critique it later. That'd be fine. I make an argument from information. If we accept that information habitually is associated to conscious mind, if you accept that, and I think we have every evidence to that and no evidence against it, then within reality, as far as we can know, in order that information is transferred, it was invented by a conscious mind and it was received and decoded and understood by a conscious mind in 100% of the cases. Okay. So if I receive something from outside of myself and from outside of my possible experience, which I could not have been aware of, and especially if it wasn't known by the whole planet, all of our knowledge didn't have it, and yet it was defined enough and falsifiable and had predictive power and was tested against reality and was true, then it's not my imagination. But what happened there was communication.
Well, that's the claim, right? The claim is that it came from outside yourself, right?
Okay, tell me something you don't know.
Hang on. Is it telepathic in nature, what you've gained?
I think that's an okay label. I don't know. I don't have a perfect label.
Okay.
So when you say you have to define what it is that you're saying you got it from something outside yourself, which doesn't explain what it is.
Right. I didn't say what it was.
Right. So we could just infer whatever we want about what it is, right?
No, you can't. If it's defined enough, you can't just infer whatever you want. It doesn't.
So
Reality
then
doesn't
you
work
have
like
to
that.
define it.
Right. I have to define it. You want me to define it? It's K2 pan-stars.
K2 pan-stars.
It's Comet C2017 K2 pan-stars, which fits more than 15 specific aspects in the reading frame that I've adopted from a story from religions.
So a planet gave
Wow.
you this?
No,
Comet.
no, it's not a
How did
planet.
the planet?
It's a
how
comet.
did
No, the planet
star-
came later.
So how did the
fit
star
in.
communicate this to you?
No. I said information is habitually associated with conscious mind. I didn't say a comet told me something. I never said that. I don't believe that's
Well,
possible.
You said something outside yourself,
Something outside of myself, some other mind.
but you haven't yet. You said it's a star.
Communicate. No, I didn't. You didn't ask me
Right,
to
so-
identify who said it. You asked me to identify
Yeah,
what
you
was the
said there was
information.
something outside of yourself that gave you this information that you couldn't
Right.
have
By
gotten
necessity,
anywhere
it has
else.
to be outside of me. Right.
Well, why is that a necessity?
Okay. Tell me something you don't know,
I
and
can't.
now know it. No kidding. Nobody can.
Yeah, but
That's
you
the
said you
point.
got it from somewhere, and you described
I had
where
to
you
get it
got
from somewhere.
But you haven't yet told us where that thing is that you got it from.
You hadn't yet asked.
I just was asking that. It's the
Talking
first
to the
thing I
company.
asked.
No, so far you're just reviewing what I said instead of asking the question. You want me to answer the question of who?
You said
Gave
you
me the
said
information?
you got the information from somewhere outside, from a source outside yourself, right?
Obviously, yeah.
Yeah.
I can
Well,
tell you
that's not
something.
obvious to me. It's obvious to you. 'cause
Okay,
you're the
well, hold
one
on.
who
Let me
had
tell you
this
why it's obvious.
revelation.
I'll make it
You had
obvious
this-
for you too.
But
I
wait,
can
this
make it
is a
obvious for-
personal revelation, right?
That, by definition, it's a personal revelation. Yes.
Okay, so you can't convince me of that. How? How could you possibly?
No, I can't convince you that I had a personal revelation. I can't
Well,
do that.
there's no way you could convince me that that's true. Even a personal revelation.
Well, with that
happens-
attitude, you're right.
yeah, that's right. So where's the argument, Richard?
No, but that doesn't mean there isn't an argument because you're unconvinced. That doesn't mean there's no argument.
Well, yeah, I know.
Could I give you the
that
evidence?
means there's no argument between me and you.
How about if I give you the evidence? That's what you really want, right?
Well, I asked you, where's the source? What's the source of the
The source is-
information?
Right now, I can say definitively the source is not me. I can show that.
Yeah, I'm asking you. I know it's not you.
Okay, then it's another mind, which is not mine.
Well, then where is it?
I can show
What is
that.
it? You
That's
can't
going to
show
be
it.
another topic. Did you want the
You can't
evidence
show
to the information? I'll give you
Yeah, I
that.
want to
That
know
I
where
can
you
give you.
got
That's,
the information from. Where'd you get the information from? That's what I want to know.
I read a story in an ancient religion in a certain reading context. The story indicated that this thing should be true in reality. The story is 3,000-ish years old.
No. You're just reading things in a book, which now somehow
That-
indicates to you that it's in reality. How does
That's
that happen?
fine. That's fine, Sam, unless it actually is there.
You're just
What if
reading it
it-
in a book, and
What
it's
if it's
indicating
actually
in the book.
there, though? What if it's actually there?
How is it indicating in a book that is part of reality that you're
Let me show
reading
you.
in a book?
Let me show you.
What is it
Let-
indicating? I don't.
Let's
get
use
it.
something. Let's use something a little less emotional, right? What's that ocean city where like ancient aliens lived under the ocean? What's that? What's the name of that thing?
Atlantis?
Atlantis. Let's use Atlantis. Okay. Now, if I read a story says it describes Atlantis, that doesn't make Atlantis true, right?
No.
Correct.
Okay, but if I read the story and it included a location and description, and I went there and I found Atlantis, would that make it true?
Yeah. Yeah. More than likely. Yeah.
That's all I'm claiming right now. That's all I'm claiming is
Yeah.
I read a story in a book
Right.
that I didn't know was true. In fact, nobody knew it was true.
Mhm.
Nobody on the whole planet. And for 3.5 years or so, I'm lowballing a little bit, but 3.5 years, I said, look, this story is talking about this thing doing this exact thing. And I told people, including B, that this thing was going to happen according to the story. Okay. Then 3.5 years later, we found the thing doing the thing by the exact description. It's actually there.
Now, I will say, like I have said many times before, and I stick to this, and my brother knows it. About 10% of what he says I agree with. About 90% I don't. But he is absolutely telling the truth right now. We had this discussion long before
2017, which is the date of the finding of the comet.
And I do have to say something else about that. I'm going to throw this in real quick just for food for thought. A friend of a friend works for NASA and was saying how they're working on this new project. And she goes, oh, you're working on Mars, right? And she goes, no, they moved me to this new project. It's urgent. And she said, and what's that? And we're creating something to blow up large asteroids and meteors with. Carry on.
Meanwhile, we've got a large 12-kilometer across, and it's outgassing or it's coma, even though it's further away than the planet Jupiter right now in appearance, comparative size appearance in 2 dimensions. It appears even larger than the planet Jupiter. I mean, it's violent. And it's got to be ancient because it couldn't be outgassing that distance. It's got to have ancient liquids or ice on it that are becoming liquids and coming off. And it must have been never near a heat source of any kind. to be outgassing that big, that far away. So no, we've never seen it before. Never at all. Yet it's in a story that's like 3,000-ish years old.
Right. Well, that's not going to make me believe in God. That's for sure.
Well, now you're talking about persuasion, not evidence. That's fine. I'm not saying it had to persuade you.
I don't see
He's not
why
trying
that
to
would.
persuade you. He's giving you
I don't
evidence.
see. Yeah, but that doesn't point to God in my head.
Okay, does it point to information if it's falsifiable in reality and is there? Is that information?
Well, yeah.
Okay, then I received information from outside of my experience. No one had even found it till 2017. I was
From
talking
where?
about it in 2013.
Outside, we haven't explained where it came from.
Where did
Actually,
it
I'm
come
sorry,
from?
brother. That was
You
2012.
said it came from a book.
I
Now
said
you're
I'm
saying it
lowballing.
came-
I know it was 2012.
Is it from the book or is it from something outside yourself?
Both. The book is also not written by me.
I don't know.
I was
don't
just going to
get it.
suggest you bring him in after this finished talking. So you're way ahead of me. Hey, Christian.
I don't
Hey,
get
Well, I
it.
figure, if I bring him in, and even if I end the stream, you guys can sit in the basement and talk all night if you want.
I have to leave anyway.
So
It's too late.
Yeah.
I want to touch on
Carry
one
on.
thing Richard mentioned is that once we tell you what we don't know, we know it. I can give you an example of that where I still won't know. I can tell you I don't know what thoughts are in your mind.
Wait a minute.
The moment,
You're cheating.
unless you tell me. I still don't know.
You're
And now you
cheating.
know I don't know.
No. You're talking about the known unknown. You know things exist that you don't know. So you do have some
okay.
knowledge of their existence.
Okay. Gotcha. All right. Then I misunderstood you earlier.
Knowledge of the unknown.
Yeah, like I know there are surgeons. I'm not a surgeon. I can't perform heart surgery. I know other people can, though.
Yeah.
Heart surgery is an unknown known. I mean, sorry, a known unknown to me.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. That's all that means.
Well, I have to leave because I everyone's going to bed here, and I have to follow suit.
I loved your
Okay.
observations about omnipotence, Sam. That was awesome.
Well, thanks.
Oh yeah, Sam, it's great to see you again, man. It's been a while.
Oh, great. It's always great to see you guys. I love hanging out. I don't get the chance to do it as often as I'd like,
Workaholic.
yeah, I was gonna say,
Work.
Sam, thank you for stopping in, and I appreciate the conversation. And it was good seeing you, man. I haven't talked to you in a
Thanks,
while, so I
man.
do appreciate you.
I had a good
great
chat
to-
with Maya Atkinson recently. She's mentioning that in the chat. I really enjoyed our conversation.
As all good people, man. I
Yeah.
got to go, but good night, you guys. See you, Stu.
Night, Sam.
See you-
Good
take
night.
care. Everybody,
Take it easy,
everybody, have
buddy.
a good
Peace
one.
out. Yeah, they did. We were on the backstage. I think I got kicked off by the internet or something, didn't I, Randolph?
Oh yeah, you
I
were,
don't
you were
remember.
there too, weren't you? That was
Yeah,
it was
we
a
were
while ago.
talking after one of my streams, and it was me and Randolph and Maya, and I think I got kicked the internet blinked
Yeah,
or
I didn't know what
something.
happened.
And I
then-
sent him a message and said, "Hey, blah blah blah," and the next day he gets it. He's like, "Oh, we talked till like 11:30 that night."
That's right.
So,
That's right. You were there.
I know
too.
for a fact that like catnip for a cat, Christian J. Watkins heard people talking about logic and simply could not stop himself.
That's right.
It's like red meat for me. It's you already know. I heard it and I had to jump in. It's been months since I've hopped in on something like this. So
Richard, it's like your cheese to him. Richard loves cheese.
It's not me, it's the logic. It's not
I
me.
love cheese too. I like it best with macaroni, mac and cheese.
Mm.
as a
Yeah, yeah,
Wisconsinite, I feel like I'm an authority on that subject. So
Now, logically and within reason, we all know that macaroni and cheese are good together because
Oh, you're an authority on mac and cheese? All right.
no,
Let
Wait,
him-
I was
wait.
going back to logic and reason. I was trying to throw it back into the pile.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
White cheddar. Let's start basic, guys. The conversation has to start basic and get more defined. So let's start with white cheddar versus American.
I prefer white.
As long as
I
it's
prefer
aged.
white cheese.
Aged
Yes.
American.
Yes, aged white American. Yes.
I'm
I
not a
think
big
it is
fan
the
of
best.
white. I'm not a big fan
Now,
of white. in
we can
general.
all- We can
Oh,
also discuss
thanks.
noodles because sometimes you have the thicker noodles. Sometimes they're even thicker and they're
Yeah.
ridged.
Very
Some of them are shells. Which ones are the
Mm,
best ones?
Mm.
You know what? This
You know?
sounds like the kind of conversation that the Flying Spaghetti Monster would approve of.
Right.
And by the way, I think that the shells are best because it really cups the cheese and holds on to it for you. It's a good
Mm.
mouth delivery system, plate to mouth. Yeah. Really holds onto that cheese.
I'm deeply bothered by white cheddar, actually.
Really?
I-
Aged or the cheap shit?
Well, no,
Are
I
you
just prefer to
talking
have.
noodles or pasta?
No, I'm talking like I'd
Oh,
rather have
pasta.
noodles of color is my preference.
Oh,
Do you like
okay.
noodles like vegetable based noodles? Because usually when they're colored, they're vegetable based.
Yeah, I mean it's sort of something like that. Something that's not so openly Caucasian would be my preference.
Ah,
flying-
you like
the
a little
flying
spice
spaghetti
in your
mon-
life. I
the
can dig
flying-
it, Christian.
The Flying Spaghetti Monster treats all cheeses and sauces equally.
I need to know more about these cup-shaped delivery devices that B is fond of.
You
Are we
know,
talking
Jenna,
noodles
if
or
you were
pasta?
just a little gay, I could hook you up. Just a little gay. You had to throw the men in there.
Hey, Jenna,
Anyway.
come join us in the stream.
Oh, Jenna's at work, and I think Maya's going to
Oh.
bed soon. She keeps saying, "Oh, it's late. I can't believe it's midnight," and here she still is. So I don't know. We don't know what's going on.
I got to tell you, I mean, I'm a monk, but Jenna's hot.
I'm going to tell you right now, Jenna is beautiful and amazing and intelligent, and she's a fucking nurse. For anybody that didn't know that, like she's
Professional.
she's a
Career.
really good person. She's great
Oh,
to
yeah.
talk to, and she snacks on fun stuff that's good to learn about on streams. Yeah, Neil does a "What is Jenna eating?" short segment because she's usually eating her dinner while she's on stream. No, we love Jenna though.
Jenna
great.
has this unique sincerity that just comes across in everything that she does. She's very
Absolutely.
kind, she's caring, and you know, I would vouch for her integrity and her love any day of the week. So
I was on with her and Oz and Nate and two other people on a stream just a few nights ago. With they were doing freestyling, but it was not a live stream and it wasn't recorded. I tried freestyling for the first time, and I think I did okay because she said I'm fire.
Is that a good thing? I don't even know.
I don't know. How does that translate? Who knows what that means?
She said, "You're
You
fire."
are fire. It's the experience of hemorrhoids.
Oh, no.
Oh
it's
my
not.
God! I'm not
I'm
trying
quite
freestyling.
sure it's
I'm
not.
afraid I'm
It's
good
not.
at it.
We were
I don't
talking
want-
cats, not hemorrhoids. So,
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I guess there
Jenna,
can
we
be a
love you
scratchy
too.
feeling with cats too, but
This guy, tell you.
Mr. Watkins, have not seen you in a coon's age.
Oh,
yeah, it's been a while. I did Neil's thing like a month or so ago, but
Did you?
other than that, I've sort of just been what's the word, floating in an abyss
Ooh.
of knowledge and understanding.
Oh, okay. It sounded good and then bad and then it went good again. I'm glad it went good. I was
Yeah,
worried
yeah.
for a second.
I
You said abyss, and I was like, shit.
I
wanna
like
float
to
in
keep
this.
people on edge. It's sort of my thing.
well, I have to jump off the edge just for a few minutes. I'll still be here. I'll come back. I just had to help my kids with something. Yeah, thank you.
Okay,
Jenna.
yeah, just leave yourself in here and just eye
Oh,
comment.
yeah, no
you.
problem. I'll just
Yeah,
mute
that way
and
you're still
I'll
here
be
for the
back in a few minutes.
conversation.
Yeah,
All right.
Jenna, that was a lot of fun the other night. Thank you very much.
So Christian, you've been hanging around this. It sounds like you've been hanging around this community, and I just did not even know that, even though I know a lot of the folks here.
Yeah, there was a bunch of considerations happening. I had started a new job. I had moved into preparing for taking courses, and there was a lot of moving parts. And due to that, and some mental health issues that I've been pretty open about in other streams, I decided to backseat myself in a way for the last couple months. I'm slowly crawling out of my deep dark cave, and kind of coming back to these conversations. But it takes time to get back to a show or so every single week, just jumping on and things like that.
Well, thanks for letting us be part of that reacclimatization or reacclimatizing.
Christian, I want to thank you for being open about that, because I had that happen a few months ago. As everybody knows, I disappeared for almost 2 months, and I had some internet issues, and I had some own personal shit in my head going on, mental health issues. And so even though, I'm medicated for my crap, once in a while it comes out still. And so I kind of disappeared for almost 2 months off of YouTube. I watched a little bit, but I didn't interact at all, and I didn't do any streams or anything. And I got in a better place, and then I started coming back around slowly. And then I said, okay, here I am. I'm going to do these streams now all the time. So, no, I can appreciate that, and it's good to take a break. It's good. I didn't do anything. I wasn't doing social media, nothing. I just wanted everybody to leave me the hell alone. I watched a lot of Netflix, and yeah, I mean, honestly, that's what I did, and I just kind of hid from the world and did a little crying and worked it out and talked to some friends.
I'm not going to pry, B.
You know, good
not
for
gonna
you.
Pry, none of my business. But did I hear you correctly? You said it wasn't about social media or any of that nonsense. Did I hear that correctly?
Who, me or Christian?
Oh, you. Sorry, B. You, B.
Oh, me? Oh, no, it had nothing to do with that.
All right, that's all.
It's my own shit from the past.
That's all I need.
Yeah, it didn't have anything to do with anybody. No one treated me poorly or anything. I would have told him to fuck off anyways. But
I know.
He was trying to find a way to blame himself. That's what's going on there.
Yeah, that's me.
No, I tell Stool to fuck off too, and he knows it. Even though I love him, I'd still tell him to fuck off.
Listen, I'm the guy who brought. I'm the guy who just ruined B's stream. So I love myself.
You
that
didn't
way.
ruin my stream. I just told you to shut up when I needed to. It's fine. I
No.
accept everybody as long as, you weren't being a total dick. You were edging on Dick, but you stopped, so all's forgiven. It's fine.
Edging on dick, is that a porn thing? I don't know what that means. I don't want to know.
We're not going there. Anyways, Christian, back to the topic, because Stool likes the segue. I'm glad you're back around, and thanks for stopping in here. It means a lot to me.
Yeah. I had wanted to jump in a couple times earlier, but I just wasn't feeling up to it. And today I had, a pretty decent day at work, and I was feeling like, kicking some ass and taking some names. So I decided to jump on in and because I actually saw my friend Richard, who we've had great conversations before and other streams and things like that. And I have a tremendous amount of respect for his thought process. So I wanted to jump on in here and say hello.
Yeah,
I thought it was just
he's a
awesome that
great
you called
dude.
me a friend. That was pretty awesome for me.
He's a great guy. I've cognitively loved him for about 45 years now. So, since I've known him since I was knew him since I was 4, right?
Oh, really?
So, yeah.
No, we're literal brother and sister.
Yeah.
Wait, actually.
Yeah, Christian. I just figured out that you didn't know
parents.
that. Richard's my brother. I'm the youngest. He's the next to the youngest.
Here, I'll show you. Look. If you just do this.
Yeah, wait a minute. Don't we look alike?
I mean, now that you put it in my head, I think there's some bias to
Uh,
confirming that. But
I tell him to
mention
shut
this
up
earlier.
too. It's okay.
I was going to mention this, but I thought B would punch me in the face. But I can see a similarity in the facial structure.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny. We're all a little bit of mom and a little bit of dad. And there's 4 of us that are a little more dad, and 3 of us that are a little more mom, and Richard and I and 2 of our siblings are a little more dad. So that's why we kind of look similar. And when I'm thinner, I look a lot more like him too.
Do other people notice this?
It's the beard. It hides it. Nobody can tell, really.
I picked up on it, but I was too scared to say anything because B terrifies me because she's fucking bigger and harder than me. So I wasn't going to say anything.
I'm only 5'6", dude.
It's not unreasonable,
I
actually.
with my shoes on.
She's super tough. You don't even know how tough B is.
No, whatever.
I know.
Tough,
I've
tough
said
like.
before,
How about go
before,
to work with a ruptured kidney? Is that tough enough?
I've said before when the zombie.
Hey, I walked slow all
happens,
day. I was at 3/4 speed.
B's the
It
one.
wasn't
Quarter speed,
ruptured.
yeah.
It wasn't
sure,
ruptured
whatever.
outside of the sac yet. I was just septic. It was fine.
an isolated sac rupture, something.
Oh, it was
And-
low.
and
No, the whole
rotting.
kidney died. It was rotting inside of me, actually, and I went septic.
Yeah.
Well,
How
that's
much
a
work did
visual
you miss
idea.
before the surgery?
Huh?
How much work did you miss before the surgery, before all the appointments and stuff?
I actually took a 2-week vacation. A week before. Yeah, it was 2 weeks. Me and the ex went driving around. We went to Nana's and saw you guys, and I was in all that pain. Remember, we were in the bus, and we came back and we went back to work. And I just
wait. That's when your kidney was dying. Was when we were
That's
talking
why
about
I
the
was.
pain on
Remember,
the
I was.
bus.
Yeah, remember I say how bad my back hurt?
You weren't even complaining much.
No, Because what? Why?
We were
why
talking
whine about it?
We were talking about you guys painting 3-dimensional looking paint objects on the bus. That's what we were.
Yeah.
It wasn't like you were laid up on the couch going, "Oh, leave me alone and give me a drink." It's nothing like that.
No, I was just moving slowly.
Okay, that's just crazy.
And then with 3 weeks after I saw you, I had the surgery done. It
Wow.
was July 28th. So, well, maybe it was a month. It was a month after I saw you. I had the
Anyway,
surgery
she's a lot tougher than you might think.
Yeah, well. Ox said, can we please not talk about ruptured sacks? I mean, really.
Mhm.
Oh, I got a ruptured sac story.
Ooh, go.
Okay, so my best friend, we were in junior high when he was 14 years, because we were talking about testicular impacts and such and how painful it is. He said, now his family, we were in West Virginia, which is poor anyway, and we were in a poor part of West Virginia, and he was a poor person in a poor part of the poor West Virginia. So really poor. So they were at the drive-in movies, and he slid down off of the top of the car and down the windshield and right over the broken off antenna. Which, ooh, yeah, you know how that metal just
I
bends over and
remember
then
this
just breaks
now.
that, make that real sharp. Yeah, and he slid right down that, tore his jeans, and he said he saw his own. Said he saw his own eggs.
Oh,
Yeah, he saw his own eggs. So they took him to the hospital. His mom took a feminine napkin pad, right? And braced everything up there, took him to the hospital, had it sewed up. Okay. But like I said, they were really, really poor people. So it was about a week later, they're all sitting on the couch watching TV, and he didn't notice that one of the springs in the couch had grabbed hold of, ripped them all out.
oh,
Oh.
gosh.
Went to stand up, ripped them all out, had to go back, get them sewn up again. So he saw him twice. That's the worst story I know.
I can tell you, I have seen a testicle outside of the sack one time in my life. A gentleman who was intoxicated and had screwed around with his wife came home and was trying to have sex with her. She kept telling him no and go to bed. We'll talk about it tomorrow, because she knew that he cheated on her, and they had been together for like 30 some odd years. So she wasn't going to leave him for it, but she was going to go off on him the next day when he was sober. So he kept pushing himself on her, and she went to bed, and he tried something, and she grabbed a hold of his nutsack and yanked, and she ripped it about 3/4 to 90% off of his body. And it was
my
dangling
God.
by his taint.
Is that even
And so-
possible?
Yes, I swear to God, this is a true story. I was an EMT, and we went to pick him up from a small county hospital and take him to a trauma center into Columbus, Ohio, in a Grant Medical Center trauma center. So if anybody knows anything about Columbus, I'm not bullshitting. So we went to pick him up at this little hospital in Newark, Ohio, and we're like, okay, we're going to get you over here on the cot, but we don't want to pick you up, obviously, because he's sitting with his knees up in the air. And we're like, all right, we're going to pick up the Chuck's pad that your nuts are sitting on, and you're going to move yourself over. We're going to move them with you. Okay. And when we went to move him, we got him over there, and one of them rolled out, and he looked down. And now, mind you, before this, he was saying, hey, man, because he's fucked up on drugs, and he's partially drunk now, because they got him fucking on a morphine drip, obviously. Right. So he's really fucked up, and he's like, oh, man, when we go out in the parking lot before we get in the ambulance, can I have a cigarette? I'm like, no, man, we have oxygen on here. We have you on oxygen. No. Oh, come on, man. Come on. So he's doing this the whole time. So we get him moved. His testicle rolls out of his sack, and he looks down and goes, oh, man, you got to get me to the hospital and fix this. I said, dude, we're trying to. Just get on the cot. He behaved after that.
I mean,
Once he saw that sucker roll out, it was actually quite interesting to see that live. I mean, it was
I
not
gotta ask,
okay to look
how
at
did
it, but
his
I
wife
had to look.
know? How did his
Huh?
wife know that would work? Did you just punk and just yank it off? How did she know that?
Well, he was trying to stick his I think he should.
No. That is not intuitive. I think I'll yank his nutsack off. That's not intuitive.
Well, she was trying to stop him from having sex with her. So whatever. She just grabbed and yanked.
I can't.
And at first he was like, it's okay. I'm 62. It's fine. I'm not having kids. But then when he saw that shit roll out, shit changed real quick.
Ooh.
Shit changed real
Just rub
quick.
some diesel on it. It'll be fine. Walk it off, son.
Yeah. Yeah, he was just ready to go have a cigarette. Like he was numb and he didn't even realize it. Then he looked down and saw it open up, and that was it. It
Jeez.
sobered him up real fast. Anyways, that's my I have seen a testicle out of the sack story. So
Wow.
Hashtag grab and yank. I think
yeah, you don't need to glue or anything. I mean, that's sensitive. That's sensitive. Tender. Oh man, that hurts me, and I don't even have those.
What I've learned
Like
is
makes
that
me go like this.
if I have a
Oh.
drunk friend who I'm just tired of, just grab and pull, and that'll sober him up real quick.
Well, yeah. I mean, I hope he doesn't want to have kids because you might ruin that. But hey, if he's a dick, then maybe he doesn't. You don't want him to have kids.
Doing some artificial selection for it.
No, it's natural. You yanked him off naturally with your hand.
That's true. That's true. It's
Wait a minute.
all natural.
Wait, the difference is consciousness. I think now I can't prove it, but I have a lot of evidence to suggest that Christian is conscious.
Yes.
So that's artificial.
I'm actually
Although the consciousness is natural. I have to agree with
right. Well, I'm going to say this. I am ending this stream. We've been on for over 4 hours. I have to be up in less than 8 hours, and I need to get my shit together. So I'm going to kill this stream and let you guys talk in the background. I want to thank everybody for coming on here. Christian, thanks so much for hopping on. My brother, thank you for coming in and being patient with. We all know Gio can be hard-headed sometimes, and so can
that.
Stool.
I love him.
Stool, you know I love you, even though you're hard-headed as hell sometimes.
gorgeous.
Still appreciate the conversation with you. Everybody in the chat, thank you so much for coming. Thanks for hanging out. I always appreciate the conversation you guys have, and sometimes it's serious and good, and sometimes it's hilarious. But either way, I appreciate it. Everybody, take care of yourself. Take care of one